Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's workshop with the Norwalk Board of Education. Colin Hostin, joined by colleagues Marielle Larry Ludwig, Sharon Brown, Diane Carpio, Redesigned, Karen Wilson-Bakey, and Janine Randolph in person. And Erica and Cheryl will join us shortly. We're going to start tonight as we do with our pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Excellent. Thank you to our young scholars for leading us once again tonight in the pledge. Tonight we have a very packed and interesting agenda. We're going to give a presentation on our performance according to our goals and expectations for this 2021-22 school year. And we as a board will go into executive session to discuss our evaluation of the superintendent, after which we'll have a discussion about our goals and expectations for the upcoming school year. And we do have an opportunity for public comments at the end of it. I wonder if I didn't know those. Is there anybody here who wants to make a public comment? Does anybody mind if we add public comment at the beginning just to accommodate? Do we need to vote on that?
It's good.
Okay.
I think Mary also wants to make comments, but she just stepped out for a phone call.
Oh, I see.
If you want to leave it at the end, you don't want to mess up.
If you're going to say it to the end, it's fine. Okay. I just want to be sure.
No.
So to get us into the first part of our work session, where we have a review of our 2021-22 goals and expectations, I'd like to introduce our superintendent, Dr. Alexandra Stray.
Thank you, Chairman Hostin. Good evening, everyone. Today we are very excited to present to the community many of the accomplishments that the cabinet, alongside our school leaders, board members, teachers, and other and staff throughout the district have been able to accomplish for the betterment of our children. It is with a lot of joy, but also with the mindset of there's still a lot to be done that I present these goals today. Also, having experienced graduation this past few days has not only given us an opportunity to celebrate the great things that our educators have accomplished for our children, but also allowed me to reminisce a little bit about those students that were not able to cross that stage this past Thursday and Friday. And the importance of our work in making sure that as we continue to move forward and strive for excellence, that we keep in mind that we have to ensure that all of our students cross that stage. I want to just share a few stats with the board before we begin. One, I think there's something to celebrate. I think from 2017, the overall graduation rate of the district had been on a slight decline. In 2017, the graduation rate was 93%, and slowly but steadily we gradually dropped to as low as 85.6%. And I'm pleased to announce today that our 2021 overall graduation rate has increased to 87.8%. Now, when you look at the overall picture, that might not seem as significant, but when you break down those numbers and look at what it means for the different subgroups within our district and look at how we are closing the gap within those subgroups, it makes it even more significant. Ralph, can I do a little twist? Can you project this slide for me for 1 quick second.
Graduation rate?
I'm gonna send it to you. Did Diana give you the slide?
The updated one from Diana?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good, thank you. So like I articulated earlier, if you look at this slide, you will see how our overall graduation rate had steadily declined over time. And this year, despite the challenges that we faced with the pandemic and what that brought to life for us, our educators alongside our leaders have been able to really move the needle in terms of how we were supporting our students and progressing through and addressing their needs. One of the things I want you to pay close attention on this particular slide is Black students, MLL students, and students with disabilities. Because when we look at the overarching graduation rate, one of the reasons why our graduation rate has been hovering in the 80s has really been because of these particular subgroups not achieving at the rate that we want them to and expect them to. But if you look at the data from 2020 to 2021, you will see that for Black students, we increased the graduation rate at a rate of 4.2%. If you look at our MLL students, we increased the graduation rate from 62 to 70.8%. If you look at our students receiving special education services, our graduation rate was hovering at 59.9%. And this past year for 2021, the graduation rate increased to 69%. And this is significant because it demonstrates how our efforts, particularly in looking at disproportionality across the district, is starting to have a positive impact in the achievement of our students. Am I happy for these successes? Absolutely. Am I satisfied? Absolutely not. We still have a lot of work to do. We can't rest until we reach 100%, because every percentage point below 100 means that is a number of students that we're leaving behind. So as we immerse in our work today, one, I want to make sure that we take into consideration the great accomplishments that we have acquired, but yet the work that we have to do to continue to ensure that all of our students, regardless of their language developmental needs, their specialized programming needs, their socioeconomic background, their race, or any other factor, that they all are able to achieve within our organization. And just based on these stats, it demonstrates that it is possible. Yet we still have a lot of work to do. Can you turn to the I wanted to start with those stats because I think it's important, one, to highlight the accomplishments and yet also bring to light the work that we still have to do. and making sure that we are preparing our students to live in a global society, but mainly focus on aligning ourselves to our mission and vision as a district. And making sure that as we look at our 10 core values that are tied to a strategic plan, that we're constantly not striving for excellence, but making sure that within those components, we are focused in diversity, inclusivity, continuous improvement, and development. Not only the development for our children, but for our personnel, because the better equipped and tooled our staff is, the better our students will be able to thrive. I just want to bring the board back in remembering what led us to these goals, particularly for those of you who are new in the board. And our goals came out of our strategic plan that are focused on 5 key priorities: future readiness, equity, excellence, engagement, and high-quality instruction. As you know, the pandemic has created a lot of obstacles and barriers for us. It has not made the process easier for our educators or for our leaders. The pandemic has, one, increased our staff absenteeism as a result of getting COVID, quarantining, and an array of different factors. As a result of these challenges, trying to find substitutes to cover classes, provide the services has not been easy, particularly with substitute shortages as well, that just added to the complexity of the work that we needed to do forward. And although we provided time for our staff to engage in collaborative teamwork, professional development opportunities, the challenge that COVID presented in terms of quarantining and other factors created a ripple effect on the ability of our leaders to be able to effectively implement some of these elements. And although we strive to incorporate those pieces, and we were very successful in doing so for the most part, it created additional stressors for our staff that correlate with some of the national averages that we're seeing. I mean, if we look at some of the research that came out of the NEA, only in August, 36% of teachers were considering leaving the profession and considering other tracks, and that elevated nationally to 55%. 90% of our educators said that they were burnt out. This is a national challenge that we are not only facing at a national level, but also at a local level. And a lot of these challenges arise because the pandemic has added additional stressors to the already stressed system, right? There's so much work to do to meet the educational needs of our students, not only academically, but also social emotionally. And I highlight this because I think it's important to preface that this is not just a local problem, it is a national problem. And as we think about the work moving forward, we want to make sure that we hone in to this challenge, take that into consideration, and continue to look for ways in which we can not only effectively support our teachers, but also consider what are the diverse needs of our students so that they can continue to thrive. With that, I want to remind the board of the 6 goals that we focused on this year. They encompass the strengthening of instructional practices and pedagogy to effectively support our students' academic and social emotional needs. We developed a facilities plan to inform our practice, which is in the process of being implemented. Human resources and finance have been collaborating together to find the most effective way of, one, building diversity within our organization so that there is representation that mimics that of our students. And I want to share some stats associated with this. In 2019, and through the year of 2019-2020, out of the 224 staff members or personnel that were hired, 38% of that population were minority hires. In 2021-22, out of the 284, the percent of minority hires were 49%. One, because we think it's very important that students can see themselves in the people that are supporting and leading the work. And diversity matters. It brings different perspectives of thinking, allows for cultural diversity and insight in an array of different ways. Also, we have a strong focus in cultivating and developing our leadership, because in order for our leaders to effectively support and enable the practices that need to be in place within their schools, they themselves need to professionally develop themselves. And I think that that applies to all of us. As a superintendent, I'm constantly learning, growing, and developing, and it's an expectation that I have for the cabinet. And finally, ensuring that our families have the resources that they need to, one, navigate our complex system, but also really learn to use the system to get the services that their children need to be most effective. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Pennington, who's going to speak to, in greater depth, the work that we've done to address Goal 1 this year.
Good evening, members of the board. So as we look at Goal 1, we want to start by looking at where we were before this year and how that guided the work. So as we were looking to implement new curricula, as we were looking at creating consistent implementation across schools, we really wanted to focus on building out new materials and our unit maps for all of our teachers. So this year we have redesigned all of our K-11 literacy units, and this is where we worked with our teachers, we wrote our units, we came back, we revised our units, we used the materials to help get feedback and to improve them for next year. So our units have already been revised to support our educators next year. We revised our K-12 science units and our K-12 math units. Now, as we look to next year, we need to look at other areas, i.e. social studies at the state level. They are going to be rolling out new standards, and so we'll be able to come together and rewrite our social studies units as well. We're also looking at 12th grade literacy, which is an area, it's an elective course in the high school, but how can we build strength and strengthen those courses for our learners as well? The other focus around this is how do we build consistency across our schools? And so one of the ways that we've done that is through professional development. All of our professional development was interconnected. So if it was something that our leaders were learning, our coaches were learning, our improvement teachers were learning, and we were rolling out in our professional development days to our educators. We are looking this summer, we have many topics to invite our practitioners to come and to learn and grow as well, which is another key piece, is this continual improvement. And one of the other pieces that we did this year was we had planning clinics, because we were rolling out new materials, especially in grades K through 5, and how could we go in and support our teachers with planning clinics and really helping them with their planning, setting up the new materials and supporting them through that, because taking on a new curricula can be challenging. And so that was one of the ways that we help to support our consistent implementation. We also put out a monthly curricula corner that highlighted a lot of the learning that we were doing throughout this year. And this was an opportunity for teachers to share, for different departments to share, and really putting out these monthly newsletters help to solidify and to bring home all the work that we have been doing. And we will continue to do that. One of the other layers is really focused on the standards and really the work around Unbound Ed. We had a full day of professional development. And you could decide if it was K-5 literacy, 612 literacy, K-5 math, 612 math, and then we also had a leadership track, which members of our leadership team were able to participate in. And this really was around leveraging instructional decisions to help our students access grade level ELA and math content. Our partnership will extend into next year so that we can continue to refine this work to support all of our learners. We had the Center for Assessment did a complete study of the district and came and provided feedback to us in the fall. We used that feedback to help create our assessment strategy, which was extremely important to create this district-wide assessment system. And really looking at the types of assessments that we used and what was the purpose of those assessments. And as we looked, we have our universal screeners that really is just giving us that first look. But then we also had formative and summative assessments that really is used to help drive instruction. As we look into next year, our focus is to really bring in interim assessment blocks to help continue that work. We also know that we need a way to have a data warehouse to give us that data instantly to help our teachers to be able to give an assessment, have it at their fingertips to be able to analyze it, to then teach the next day, which is part of our next level of focus. So another area for us was around implementing the K-5 reading curricula, but also developing teacher professional capacity. So as we went through the year, we offered Training in Wonders, which is our new K-5 resource, and that was offered 4 times throughout the year, and we'll continue that work. But we also had a cohort of practitioners participate in letters training, which really is around the science of reading. And it is a very rigorous program. And so far we have 68 educators who will have completed units 1 through 4, which is really exciting. And the feedback now is we have teachers reaching out because they want to be part of the next cohort. And they want to be able to start cohorts 1 and 2 for next year. And this has helped building capacity of our teachers. We've also been able to use the Literacy Center to provide training in Orton Gillingham and Lyndon Mood Bell methodologies. We've been able to provide Writing Revolution and Spire training to our teachers. And we also have our coaches and improvement teachers in the building who are able to support this work as well. The next focus was around SRBI and gifted and talented. So this year we rolled out a full SRBI system. We have our literacy and math improvement teachers. There was just an article in the Hour, I think it was 2 days ago, that highlighted some of the work that has been happening this year. And we created an SRBI handbook to help for consistent implementation. As we look into next year, one of our big focus areas is to train more of our teachers to be able to implement Tier 2 strategies and Tier 3 strategies, and continue to build out the system of implementation to support all of our students.
And just for those of you who were not here prior to these goals being established, this became critical because the feedback that we were getting, particularly for parents that were already receiving special education services for their children, was that there was no process by which students got either supports to them be identified or addressing those areas of need prior to an identification. It went from being in a general education setting to jumping over into receiving special education services. So for us, it was critical to establish this intervention that should be part of every school throughout the district, to ensure that students, if they needed a little bit of a push and then could return back to their general ed setting or move into other things or try more project-based learning experiences, they could do that. But if they needed that additional intervention, this was the opportunity to provide that support. Also, those kids that needed acceleration, also providing that opportunity as well.
And just to add that part of the Urban Collaborative's review was to build an SRBI system. That was one of their recommendations for the specialized learning review. And so that is just another connection. And the other piece, and I think Dr. Estrella talked a little bit, is that idea that many of the recommendations were coming from parents to go to PPT. Now, this year, we've seen students get Tier 2 supports and then be able to go back into core instruction. But we've also seen students go from Tier 2 into Tier 3, and even where the SRBI team has recommended to go to PPT, which is the way the process is supposed to work. And so we're excited to see the system starting to work as it's expected to. The other layer was around enhancing our gifted and talented programs. And so our focus was really around middle school, and we were able to provide professional development to our 4 middle schools around the gifted and talented program, and we had pilots that were directly tied to our pathways. So at Roten, there was a whole unit on the medical detectives, and I was able to visit, and they dissected a heart, which was really fascinating. And then we had our advanced theater arts at Nathan Hale, which ties to their pathway, and they had a whole unit, and I was able to go and see their play that they put on. And then we had our STEAM pathway at Ponus and our marine biology at West Rock. So it really was around enhancing the pathway opportunities. And we saw a lot of positive feedback from not only our gifted and talented teachers, but also the students that were participating in the program. So,
Sorry, just in terms of the format for tonight, do you want us to say
We have
questions?
Q&A at the end of every book.
Okay.
at the end of goal 1. So the next layer is around specialized learning. And this is a big goal for us. And we've been able this year to create a workload caseload formula to support appropriate resource teacher staffing, which was a big project for us. But instead of just looking at number of students, really looking at the number of hours to determine what is the appropriate staff for a building and for a teacher to best support our students. We've held Iep Quality Training, really focused around building out what a quality IEP looks like for all of our special education and related staff. And to add, next year, that will be rolled out to our leaders, and it will be rolled out to general education teachers over the next couple of years. So it is important that it's not just our special educators, but all of our teachers are getting this quality IEP training. And then we've been able to expand our programs. It really is around creating inclusive instruction and how can we expand programs to support our students. So I did add in just, if we were to look at the urban collaboratives. That's okay. That's okay. So if we look at the urban collaboratives priorities, and we really broke down some of the implementation steps from year 1 so that we can just have a highlight of some of the work, i.e. some of the processes around SRBI were implemented this year. We also created this collaborative team that is, even looking at the schools department, it is the curricula team working with the specialized learning team, the MLL team. We're all one department. And that's very intentional by Dr. Estrella, and it has shown in the collaboration and the work happening amongst the departments. And then in terms of staffing, we've updated some of our job descriptions. We've been able to review exit interview data to see, just hearing why teachers are either moving or why they're moving on. But then the real focus for us was around teaching and learning. And so this year we've started to really dive into IEPs and look at the services, focusing on the inclusive model, like push-in practices versus pull-out, and looking at co-taught classrooms rather than pull-out services. We want to serve as many students as we can in a more inclusive model. And then we've provided PD to our leaders as well that throughout the year in collaboration with the leadership development team. And then we continue to work with our parents. One of the big areas is we are going to be transitioning to CT SEDS, which is the state model. It's going to be a live model that parents can see in the moment, teachers can see in the moment, the state can see in the moment. So that from a transparency, from a knowing what's happening with their child, it will be a live platform for families. And one of our big areas is around providing monthly professional development next year for our parents, because so that they know about the platform. It's supposed to be very intuitive, which I think is great because our current platform's a little clunky, but that will be a big focus for us, is how can we continue to support our families, providing monthly professional learning opportunities.
And I think that it's important to highlight that because it was an area that many parents had voiced as wanting to have a better understanding, particularly with the pandemic, and either because of quarantine and other factors, when staff were out, makeup services, and being clear of how many hours their children needed based on either missed service or any other factor that might have impacted service. They will be able to now, in this platform, monitor the number of service hours provided, if there's any service that might be lagging, what is it, and they can see when those makeup services are scheduled to be provided, which many parents have voiced concerns around that, particularly in the pandemic, and I think this will allow a better sense of understanding for our parents where their children stand.
Next bullet point in this goal was focused around develop and refine diversified programs. And we've done a lot this year in terms of creating more opportunities. The first one that comes to mind is we've had 3 schools that have been selected to start the IB process, which I just think is a huge celebration. And those are Merrimack, Nathan Hale, and Rhoton. And so as we look, we're building out these pathways, these middle school choice, but also K-12 pathways. We had expansion at the STEAM pathway at PONUS, and we've had opportunities there. We had the Wolf Pit expansion, which we'll talk about a little bit later, of the arts. We had dual language was another program that we have been able to expand to provide more opportunities to access curricula and learning. So we've talked about Jefferson, which has dual language, and Brookside added dual language. And we're really looking to refine the work in our middle school dual language at West Rocks, but also to continue to grow and expand that work. And we have a very strong team that is doing that work. But I also want to add, it's not really a pathway, but even our program of study at the high school, redefining the work that's happening to provide access to all of our multilingual learners, students, so that they can take courses to help them graduate, was a big undertaking this year. And we're really excited at that work. And as we continue to work on the curricula and grow in collaboration with our teachers. And the last bullet point was around holistic educational processes. And we're looking a lot at our SEL work that we have done. This year we launched Second Step as an SEL curricula. It was our first year that we launched that for our K-8. We also used the survey that we gave, it was a year and a half ago now, around supporting our LGBTQ students. And we use that, and we've been able to provide training to all of our teachers in secondary schools. And as we go into next year, we're going to be rolling that training out to our elementary schools. So this year, we've been able to provide training to our teachers, but then we also provided I would say a 4-part training series for our counselors, social workers, psychologists, which I just think has been, the first step. I think the next layer of work in our secondary schools is working directly with our students and continuing to grow this work. We also expanded a lot of our partnerships this year because we did see that we needed some more supports. So we partnered with Mid-Fairfield Child Guidance. We partnered with the Norwalk Health Center to be able to support our students and families. We also implemented the Wingman Foundation, and one of the things that's really nice about this program, and I pulled a quote that was in the article in the newspaper that just talks about how it is the students leading this work. And one of the students, 10th grade student, really was talking about that we have input in what's happening at the school, and that's really around building leadership capacity of our students, because it's one thing to have the leaders leading the work, but how can we have our students leading the work as well? And then we started a coalition with all of our mental health providers with the city of Norwalk, and it really is something that I think will be able to have a massive impact as we look into next year. And I had a chance to present at the state level, and many people were so fascinated with this type of model where you're bringing together many, I want to say competitors, but with one common vision and one common goal. And with the focus of, if we can do this, then we can better support all of our students. And so that this is some of the work that we're hoping to be able to continue into next year.
And I think an important note to make about the coalition is thinking about how do we service our students beyond the school day? And how do we maximize the resources that we have within our community to further expand those services? I think of a highlight of what is possible was when we partnered with Norwalk Community Health Center, and they provided us 25 service hours for our families to receive therapy outside of the school day. And how useful that has been for our families to be in our counselors and social workers to know that that is available to them if they wanted to extend services. And our goal is to be able to engage in similar practices with all of the providers throughout the district so that we can effectively provide supports just that extend beyond what we are capable of doing within the school day. And one of our hopes for the upcoming school year is to extend this work to the point where we could bring in philanthropists to hopefully support us in funding a collaborative rather than piecemealing funding to one agency and the other, bringing all of the services together and creating a more holistic approach where we are all working in tandem. And I just have to highlight that Lamont Daniels has been an incredible partner in putting this together in collaboration with all of us.
And even utilizing our Family Navigator program, which has been another huge support for our counselors and social workers. So some additional accomplishments, building the themes and pathways that we shared earlier this year, looking at middle school choice, I think is a great accomplishment for this year, building out what it looks like from a K-12, and now I would even push to say pre-K 14 almost model. And then I talked a little bit about the multilingual learner program and access to core curriculum, and then implementing QTEL strategies for scaffolding instruction across the district. There was an area that the idea of scaffolding and differentiation was an area that we needed to support, and I think that was an additional accomplishment.
On a final note, in terms of the pathways, I just want to highlight that we received $1.4 million to further expand the Jefferson and West Rock Marine Sign pathway in collaboration with the Maritime. which will really help us elevate the work that's happening within the elementary and middle school continuum, so that if they wish to continue at the high school level, they have a really strong core in place. So we'll open it up now to questions related to Goal 1.
Some basic questions, just basic stuff. This is a wonderful presentation, but I'm just thinking, like, for people who may be watching us on YouTube, I know there were some acronyms that people might not know. So I know on the Spire slide that you did, there was something on there, OG.
Martin Gillingham.
And so can you just explain a little bit about who they are, what that is?
Yeah, it's really around teaching. It's a scientific method to teach reading for students who are struggling. It's a really powerful methodology that we have a couple core trainers that work for us, and they've gone around and worked with our teachers to help them build their toolkit for instruction. So I think that it's a great opportunity for us, because one of the areas that we talk about is how do we build capacity of all of our educators. I look at our special educators. They have a toolkit. How can we build that so that they can look at a student and say, okay, I can use this strategy with this child, and then I can track that progress for growth.
And then IEP is individual education plan for people who might not know special education. So that's just so anybody who's listening who might not know. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
When you were speaking about building capacity, you said with letters training, you had 68 leaders now.
68 teachers, yes.
Teachers that will understand how to use this program. And what are you expecting that they will help train others, or are you going to be just training others and multiplying that by 2 or 3?
So we have another cohort that will be starting. So we've worked in cohorts of up to, it's roughly up to 40 teachers.
Mm-hmm.
And so cohort 1 started last summer. Cohort 2 started in January. We're starting cohort 3. And so it's a 2-year program where they go through 8 units of study and around building.
And this is K through 8?
This is K through 8, yes. And we have coaches that are involved.
And that's related to Unbound?
No, that's related to the science of reading, really how the brain works, looking at the connections between decoding, encoding, and really being able to look and focus on teaching reading to our students.
Rob,
Yes.
the holistic approach you mentioned, could you speak in more detail in terms of what it will encompass, examples for if and how community will be further engaged? I know I mentioned there are providers, coming together as a collaborator possibly, but in terms of the work and the holistic approach goal, any elements you could further speak to?
Sure. So one of the areas that we are going to be having for next year, and I just think it's really great, is that we're going to have counselors in all of our schools. So we currently only had, I would say, a counselor support in 3 of our elementary schools. So that's the first one, is that we're going to be able to have counselor support in all of our schools, K-12, which I think will be really important. But having a counseling support isn't just enough. We really want to be able to build out systems. There was a study done, I want to say 3 years ago now, which was the counseling study that was taken on, and really building out what those practices look like so that we can support all of our students, i.e., being able to check in with every child on your caseload at least 3 times a year and being able to track that. I think that these are important so that students know that who their counselor is and what that level of support is. So that's another layer that we are embedding for next year. And then also looking at our SEL supports and instruction that we have, and really building out this systematic focus. I think that there was a time where one school used one program, one school used another, but really looking at it from a K-12 model and how can we best support all of our students and building out what that's going to look like versus just I'm going to use this and then another school's going to use something different, because then how are you measuring progress? So those, and then looking at our partnerships and being able to bring in more supports as needed. I think that that was one of the areas that we were able to bring in some supports this year, but how do we bring in supports from a proactive lens versus there's a situation and we need to call people in to help? How can we build that from the beginning? I.e. bringing in clinicians at the high school was something that we did this year, but we brought them in because there was a need. So going into next year, we know that that need is going to be there. Can we continue with that work? And making sure that our students know what supports are available to them, I think, is another layer, especially in our secondary schools. Because I think we do a really good job of sharing with parents, but it doesn't always reach the consumer, which is the student.
And one of the things we've discussed in terms of shifting for next year, particularly at the high school level, is that whatever communication we send out to the parents, we will also be sending it out to the students. Because piece of feedback that we received from the students was that there were certain things that were happening that they didn't have awareness around, and even though this was communicated to their parents, there seemed to be a disconnect between the information going out to parents and what students were being made aware of. So in order to close that communication gap, we are going to set structures in place so that students as well as parents receive the information, particularly at the secondary level, so that it helps them in terms of, one, learning how to self-advocate and maintain themselves informed, but then two, close that communication gap, because, time, busy, different factors might be attributing to there being a lapse in information sharing, and we want to make sure that that doesn't exist as we move forward.
Last question, when forecasting some of how the holistic approach models will work, is there any intent to have parents be able to access them, or is it only school focused, meaning students are able
To
access any supports within the holistic model?
So right now with the Norwalk Community Health Center, it's for parents, it's for the whole family, it's not just targeted for the students. And that's why we're looking at expanding services beyond just the school day, because our hopes is that we can also support, provide wellness for the family as a whole, not just the child.
And I'm just gonna add that over the summer, we are gonna have a counselor and social worker at our family center to help any family who needs anything. So, and we'll communicate that out, that we will have someone at the family center to support not just students, but also families.
And one of the things that we're also looking at in planning forward is particularly at the middle school level, where I think when we look at the data, we need the most intervention, is finding ways in which we can increase services and really looking at our external providers in particularly in providing those services in addition to what we already have in place.
Dr. Schratt, sorry, I just had a follow-up question. When you were talking about the communication at the high school level and making sure the students are getting the same information as parents, what is the form of communication there? Like, how will that be done? Is it email?
So through email, we're also looking into potentially texting, because that's the means in which kids most effectively communicate. So we're really looking at, in my conversations with students, just checking off those platforms that they are most connected to, and working with the digital learning team in figuring out ways in which we can execute or distribute the communication through those platforms that they really engage in. Because one of the things that we noticed this year when any event took place, they've had platforms of communication that kept them informed in a very expedited fashion. So we want to make sure that we're using similar tools to keep them informed as well.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that because I know as the parent of a high schooler, email is not
The most effective way.
no.
And we know that. We also know that they use their email for their schoolwork, so we're thinking of targeting more than one platform, and providing them with information.
Rob, this is really great and actually very impressive to see how much we have been able to accomplish in a relatively short time. I want to kind of follow up on the thread that Dr. Schrader brought up earlier, which is the sort of broad question of burnout, which we know that we're dealing with here in Norwalk and throughout Connecticut, throughout the country and throughout the world in any kind of public education setting. And I'm curious if you can talk more about, from an instructional standpoint, how we might be building in opportunities and capacities to deal with, for example, our faculty and staff who had many opportunities to have professional development. How are we building in opportunities for them to acclimate to new programs? Are there instructional things built in for students who are experiencing severe burnout? If we can just kind of talk a bit more about that.
So to add on to that as well, I was just also inquiring with the specialized learning team, how they're adapting to the new IEP process, so kind of going along with what you're talking about.
So in terms of curricula, I think that this year we were implementing some new curricula, especially in our elementary school, which we noticed early on that teachers needed more support because there was a lot for them in that regard. And that's where like the planning clinics came from, and really going in and being able to support teachers as they needed, but also building in opportunities throughout professional development. One of the pieces that as we look into next year, one of the areas that we're going to focus on is really building in a day centered around teacher choice, and where they can choose what they want to learn more about as well. Because I think there is something that's very empowering when you can look at a slate of professional development and say, I need this. And I think that that's some of the feedback that we heard is, can we have a choice in some of the things that we need? And they'll be centered around big themes that we're focusing on as a district, but I do think that that is one of the areas. I mean, this year as we were rolling out new materials, it was this idea of, okay, so you have a new literacy program, we start the year with some professional development, and then we start working, but also the work that our teacher teams has done at the building level was on the ground support that they're looking at as a teacher team going through the materials. And there was a lot of support for our coaches and improvement teachers in that realm. So in the building, there was a lot of support as well offered from our coaches. So the model had that built in throughout the year as well. And these are the pieces that I think that helped it. As you saw, beginning of the year, it was, I have this to work on, but then as the year went on, teachers became more and more comfortable with the materials. And I think part of that was the level of support that was provided throughout the year.
I think we also have the built-in half days that were not there prior to, and we intentionally built those in to provide the staff either with additional training where needed, but also time for them to collaborate and engage beyond the teacher team time to support the implementation and collaboration amongst the groups.
In terms of specialized learning, I will say that there have been some hiccups from the state level that has created there was a rush at the end of the year to make sure all of our IEPs were completed because they're being transitioned to the new platform. So I don't want to say that that hasn't been, but as we look to go, we have training happening for leaders next week. We have training for our staff throughout next year, and it will be as we are rolling into the IEPs, there will be supports given throughout, and teachers have been able to participate in PD centered around it, but I just think that transition it's like that heavy lift at the beginning, and then once we're into the system, I think we'll be able to build those supports as we go.
Rob, could you elaborate a little bit more about what tasks, is it called Wingham Youth Training? Wingman. So I'm wondering if they are taking a look at, for example, we're just saying how sometimes the availability of some help in social emotional may not be getting to the, for example, high school students, and that I'm wondering if this youth training might have some help, might be some help in kind of spreading the word, like, oh, you're feeling like this, well, you might want to be in this program. And if I could just extend it to one more issue we heard about a lot was the bathrooms, that could youth leaders get trained in helping that situation also?
Well, I think that this leadership development program is around creating a positive culture across the building. And it's not, I mean, we had one initial day training, and
so it's not.
It will be as we move into next year. We have a whole system, and we're going to be expanding to middle school because we know middle school is an area of need for us. So it is going to be this idea of building student leaders, and that's what we heard from our students. I have a chance to be part of fixing the problem.
Right.
Not adults telling me what the problem is or telling me what to do. I have a chance to be the leader in the building to help fix the problem, and
that's what we want.
That's the goal. That's what we want. And I think that one of the keys, and I think that they did a good job, is that really making sure that the wingman leaders represent all students at the schools and not just one cohort of students. And I think that they did a really good job of that. But we've only, like I said, we've only done one PD at both of the high schools. And so as we go into next year, it will be a system that will be growing throughout the year.
And I'm really glad to hear this because of deep concern, and this is certainly a national, international issue, but the fragile mental health of our teenagers, it has come forward. You know, certainly there were issues before the pandemic, but it was really in front of us. And I want to know, and I hope that we are doing just everything we can think of to bring them into things like leading the way and have services for them. So that's a really good thing. Glad you're working on that.
And not just having services. I think having services is great, but actually being able to track, like, how did the student feel that their session went? Getting student feedback from our students. Our scholars have so much to share. How are we getting feedback from them? I met in this group and I thought, you know, this was great, or this didn't help me in my situation. And we can be able to look at some of that feedback from our students,
the cycle of
to be
learning.
able to make changes as needed.
Absolutely.
And also being empowered to know what services are available.
Yes.
Which goes back to what I was explaining to earlier, is making sure that students have the information. Because what I heard, I think we probably spoke to some of the same students, from many students, was that they didn't know that these opportunities were available because the information was going directly to their parents and not to them. So making sure that as we're building these opportunities, that students, particularly at the high school level, are receiving the information at the same time that we're also providing those resources and information to their parents. Because I think that that's an important piece to connect. I think to the point that we were making earlier, that in order for us to provide that wraparound approach, we need to collaborate with our community partners and create this coalition, because we can't do this work alone. We need everyone in the team to support us through this process. One, because we have funding limitations, right? And in order for us to do this most effectively, we need to take account of the resources that we have around us and come together like we started already. And I think that there's a very positive buzz from our partners to make this work. Because I think that that's one of the ways that we will be able to maximize the services provided to our families and students.
And I think working collaboratively is also important, because you can have one organization doing X and then you can have another organization doing X, but really being able to say, okay, this is what we need based on our data, these are the supports we need, and then being able to have everyone working towards that model. I just think you're going to be able to impact more students that way, more students and families that way.
And families, back to Godfrey's question, are some of these things available for the family members also? I mean, we're all part of the same community.
That is the goal. We started a pilot. The challenge is always resources, but we're going to maximize the services that we can provide, given the services that we have, not only within NPS, but also our local community as well.
I don't know if Roland was giving us a hint, but the clock is now on the time's on the clock here, so make sure we have some time. Is that a hint, Roland? We have 5 more goals to get through the rest of the presentation. So if it's
I'm going
to suggest we.
All right, I'm going to transition to Ms. Sandra Fayois. You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, board. I'm actually going to adjust this camera because I was staring at the side of Robert's head the whole time, but there's no adjusting. There we go. No, that's fine. Thank you, Mom. All right, so thank you, guys. I will again begin by stating where we were. So we were in a place when I joined the team where we actually had quite a bit of data. We had the Silva Petrocelli study that was conducted in 2015 that gave us an assessment of our facilities, including our grounds. And then there was another facility study that was done by Newman DLR that was shared with the board in 2021. So we actually knew what the conditions of our facilities were. We knew that our facilities, given the age of the facilities and the disrepair that it had fallen under, was a monumental task. What we didn't have was an actual plan that aligned the data that we saw from those assessments with a capital plan. So with that was my little intro to have Lunda Asmani join me, because Lunda and I have been working on this together, and this study started with Tom Hamilton and I. So we have actually been able to develop a multi-year facilities plan. And this is a collaboration between the facilities department, and the facilities department is both our BOE facilities department in collaboration with the city, and then with Lunda's help with the finance department. And within that, we've been able to celebrate the accomplishment of finally coming to a decision on the Norwalk High School, P-Tech High School project design phase, where started at the Cranberry School project and actually started May 16th with fencing off that area. We have the Sono School project that has been approved. I believe that the contract is still in negotiations. And with that, we've actually started the work to, we're gonna find a different name for the incubation at Concord School, but I think we are settling on the South Norwalk School until the school is officially named. So we've actually started the planning for that with the enrollment of 2 preschool classrooms and 4 kindergarten classes from Sono neighborhood families.
Sure. I think one thing to add to this is traditionally when you talk about plans, we typically look at a 5-year scope, 5-year horizon. I think what's unique about this plan is it does take that holistic view. It does look 25-year out. It does address all of our facilities within this plan. And I think what's unique about this too is the collaboration that we have with the counterparts at the city.
So exactly what Lunda was explaining is that we do have a 25-year plan that has been tweaked several times. We have one that is designed based on the Newman DLR study that actually gives us figures for what it would cost for all our facilities to be renovated as new, and we have that available. However, with the development of the South Norwalk School, we understood that in the middle school, as that school starts getting enrollment, by the time those students go to middle school, that the needs shift slightly. So although the Newman DLR facility had a different set of priorities, what we did is we slightly tweaked those priorities to make sure that we are actually taking into account the enrollment projections as the years go on. And we've termed these Tier 1 projects. We actually sat with the city to really determine that if these Tier 1 projects make the most sense, and I'll share them. There's a slide that actually shows you those projects. West Rocks is sort of the next one in line when we look at these Tier 1 projects, and it has to do not only with that facility having repairs that are too costly to repair, like if we, like for instance, the roof is leaking, the roof is no longer under warranty, and it's causing major damage to the floor, it's causing damage to other areas. So that's what would make that a Tier 1 project, even though you may go to a different facility and it may look like that facility is worse off, but it's more expensive to actually do the repairs that we would need. And so obviously the great news of the city having the reimbursement rate of 60% for build as new or renovate as new also became a game changer, and it's for the next 25 years. And so now we're looking to plan out our Tier 1 schools, and this is what they are. We put them in this because there's no particular order. We know that West Rocks is the next one in line, but we will actually be taking into account many variables as we decide which schools go next because of swing space, because of different variables that the city also will weigh in and tell us what makes the best sense. But these are what we are terming Tier 1 projects because these are the facilities that are in the greatest need of repair based on the cost of the things that need repair right now. Do you want to add anything? Okay. The other thing that we've been able to create is we've actually been able to create a building-based facilities plan. And with these building-based facilities plan, it's obviously 25 years for a school to wait around until something gets repaired is not feasible, nor is it safe for our students and for our staff. Therefore, we also have a building scorecard that includes not just the repairs within that building, but the actual cleaning within that building. And we had a third party come in, ISSA came in, which is a national sort of consortium of cleaning companies to actually conduct an assessment of our buildings, and they actually broke it down per building. So we have that scorecard from them, and from there we developed our own scorecard that went into greater detail using their criteria. And for this first time around, I actually was really pleased because we scored at a 23, which is effective cleaning. So it was within the highest ranked. And this is like real clean, like they come in and swab, like the doorknobs, they swab things. So it's not just do things look clean. It's actual taking things back into a lab and making sure that we are providing clean environments. So that was that was so good for me to see, because our buildings are aged, and that's where we took the biggest hit, was in the age of our buildings. So things like the cracks within an elevator will look dirty, but they look dirty, but there's no like germs sitting around an elevator in the areas that people touch. So there were things like that that I think really helped us better determine the condition of our buildings and what we needed to do next. And there's exciting news that we'll share with you after, when we share the next steps for our facilities. And that was my presentation.
Questions on goal 2?
Questions?
Just built a lot of climax around the exciting news.
It's a cliffhanger. but any questions about this portion?
For me, it's not a question, it's more just for the public to know that at any point, depending on what comes up or if an emergency comes up, those goals will be changed from the order that you listed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I just wanted to add, is this the kind of thing where we'd also be thinking about impacts to our transportation services as we think about construction or?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this
Absolutely.
is part of that.
Swing space, right? So there's several pieces that we still have to consider. One is whether it makes more sense to renovate as new or to do a new construction. So there's all sorts of variables that the city alongside us take into consideration, like the grounds. Can we actually, like the new Jefferson School was never going to be a new construction because it's on a rock, you know? So it's sort of what makes the best sense given the fact that where the campus is, given transportation, given swing space. So there's a lot of things that come into play when we do consider that. And we actually have more meetings coming up about our 25-year plan. There is one in the evidence folder. You guys can actually look at it. That's the one, that was the latest iteration of it. So you're welcome to look at that and see for yourself what the figures are. So there is more to come.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to just reiterate the great news that 60% reimbursement rate for the state for the next 25 years refers to any project that is submitted, not completed.
Correct.
So, yes, submit them.
Yeah, you have to submit it.
You're gonna submit.
Well, there's a lot of things that come with submitting, but yes. The plan is to maximize, obviously, that reimbursement rate.
But if you were to make a decision to go for new, isn't a new building 80% reimbursement?
No, it's 60%.
Everything's 60%, okay.
I know.
I was thinking, Norwalk High School got 80%.
I mean, I think you
That
should
was a
highlight
different-
what it used to be. Well, in Norwalk High School, we have an 80% reimbursement rate thanks to Senator Duff and his advocacy at the state level. But that is not our.
It used to be 22%.
It's 22%. So 60% is it's a game changer. It's almost.
It is.
40%, it's 38% above what we were getting prior to.
Correct.
And we're talking about millions of dollars. It's an enormous cost savings.
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of savings, but it's making it possible.
Absolutely.
We might not have been able to do this.
Well, there's a lot more likable, let's just say the odds are in our favor, right?
Okay.
In terms of being able to actually get some things done quicker, because we're going to try to take advantage of that 25-year reimbursement rate. Okay. All right, thank you.
I actually have a question.
Oh, okay.
So, no, that's all right. So with the two new preschools that will be at the Concord site, have we considered the impact that will be had on, let's see, children's playhouse? There's two children's playhouses, and there's also growing seeds. So have we spoken to them, or because they may feel like we may be taking students from them.
Yeah.
Even though we know, like, the projections, there's quite a few families out there that we don't even have enough for, for the school, but how we,
I'm going to have Rob help us out with this also.
So last week we met with the Early Childhood Council, and we set up a meeting this week for those couple providers. I think there's 3 providers, and we'll be meeting to further discuss the impact and how that we can work with the community providers.
Wonderful, thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Okay, I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, I'd like to invite now, Ms. Lizette Colon, to speak into Goal 3.
Ralph, can I ask you, is it possible to turn this screen on or?
I can take a look while we're going.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I need glasses.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Join the club.
I'll show you.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about our progress and our accomplishments in human resources. So with regards to streamlining and enhancing processes, one of the things that, well, I'll be providing some examples of the HR team's accomplishments on the next slide at a high level. The focus areas are in line with our culture of renovation and innovation. With that, while some areas will always be a work in progress or needing to adapt to current district conditions like the pandemic surges, I will now shift my focus to summarize the significant accomplishments in line with these goals by the HR team in collaboration and partnership with other central office departments. Okay, so in regards to the hiring process, what we did, we reduced the average posting approval timeframe from 7 school days to 3 school days. That's a 60% reduction in processing time. And I'm just gonna highlight a few. I mean, it's hard to condense, right, a year's worth of work into a few slides. But another key point, we rolled out the Fmla process, and that was with the Nova time and attendance system. We were able to enrich the employee transparency into their approval process and insights. And it just makes it cleaner, more concise, as opposed to doing it manually using an Excel spreadsheet. So a person applies right online through NovaTime, and the system automatically deducts the time. It tells the employee whether or not they qualify for FMLA or not. Another process was developing the multiple COVID-19 surveys for staff to provide updates in response to rapidly changing pandemic health, emergency conditions, and Connecticut state legal compliance and obligations. And then we shifted retiree benefits payments. Believe it or not, we were still collecting checks, manual checks. And so that was shifted. We did wire transfers versus benefits team depositing the checks with the finance department. So that was another huge accomplishment. It's cleaner and smoother now. We're not handling any money. Other examples, really quick, include the expansion of online applicant employment reference tools in terms of surveys, as opposed to calling or doing anything manually. Automatically through the AppleTrack system, we're able to send surveys, reference surveys to the individual names that candidates have provided to us. The rolling out of an annual benefits, active annual benefits enrollment that had not been done in 4 years. And this was to ensure accurate benefits, coverage, and billing. And the other thing I wanted to point out, we still service approximately 750 retirees. And so that played a lot into that whole cleanup and making sure that everybody was accurately in the right, how can I say, state of coverage. Ongoing programmatic approach to cleaning up Munis data, that's still ongoing. And eventually what we want to do is get to reporting accuracy sets that are completely accurate, and that there's information available where the superintendent wants a report of 1 to 4 year teachers, where we are in terms of tenure, not tenure, and in terms of where we need to provide professional development. If it's 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or even 4 year teachers, we can pull that data. But we want to make sure that everything is clean and polished into the system. In terms of the HR reorganization, as you will see on the slide, over the past 12 months, what we did was shift to address client support needs in an ever-evolving landscape. And here's a few of the roles that we filled in the past 12 months. And we're going to continue ongoing to just kind of make sure, again, in that whole concept of renovating and innovation, looking, reviewing, assessing, and analyzing, and just keep tweaking and working together cohesively with the team. Initially, we shifted resources to the benefits and COVID-19. We had to reinvent ourselves. There was no roadmap, no blueprint. We just had to get together and figure it out, and we did. Then we focused on an in-house legal counsel, support, and HR generalist. We filled 11 key roles through a combination of external recruitment and internal succession planning, 7 of which were reorganized and restructured. Out of 11 key roles, we restructured 7 positions. And as a result of the current organizational design, we fulfilled not only the need to staff current positions needed to provide robust client support, the design also ensures solid succession planning in the place of where someone either gets promoted or moves on to other opportunities. With regards to strengthening the HR and legal expertise and support, there was an employee handbook that was rolled out. We conducted regular and ongoing employment-related training and communications focused on areas such as HR do's and don'ts, Title IX, legal compliance and obligations, LGBTQ and sensitivity training that was conducted by CERC, which is the State Education Resource Center. Negotiated over 6 union contracts, proud to say that. It's been exhausting, and still ongoing. A lot to be proud of here, I have to say. Other examples where we have collectively worked and been very successful is the corrective behavior and progressive discipline training. DCF mandated reporting, we're on track, we're in compliance. And there were 2 trainings, one in October and another one in February, this past February, and also the social media training. There were 3 district-wide recruiting events starting in April. And we expanded social media presence with LinkedIn, Indeed, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. We conducted open door interviews. For those of you that are not familiar with that, we had every week, once every Thursday, we had 2 hours of open door interviews, which means anybody could just walk in and get interviewed. There wasn't, that was not too successful for whatever reason, but we were trying anything and everything. We, of course, have the 95 billboards, I-95 billboards, Metro North advertisements, News 12 advertisements, City of Norwalk buses. We developed a new recruitment brochure, which is beautiful. I'm sure most of you saw it. If you didn't, I have a baggie for you. Other examples included where we in HR have been very busy, the creation of 2 marketing videos in-house as opposed to external. We launched bilingual radio spots, strategic hiring planning, the kickoff where we collectively got administrators together and explained the new process. We just didn't create a process, but we also fully explained it. And participated, the last thing we just did was participate in the finance SBB planning sessions. Lastly, we also did the summer school hiring planning. And this year, for the first time, that was all entered into AppleTrack. So rather than just work out of an Excel spreadsheet, we actually had postings for each summer school position and had individuals apply online, so that way it would be a much cleaner and smoother transition. And then lastly, the substitute teacher placement vendor, ESS, we expanded efforts, we collaborated, we partnered, and they went from 20 daily fills in August to 58 daily fills by May of this year, representing a 190% increase. They partnered with us in attending the job fairs. They invited us to attend fairs that they were invited to or that they paid. So it worked out really great. Whatever candidates came in who did not meet the requirements, to join NPS could at least have an opportunity through ESS. And then that's another avenue for us that if they're serious and they get their certification, we just pull them from ESS, which is nice. In terms of maximizing the staff retention, we did work very hard and diligently in creating a evaluation process for non-certified staff. This was in collaboration and partnership with UPSU and NFEP. And this type of evaluation provided an opportunity for them to assess themselves and be able to have a mid-year and then the final. But the mid-year provides for that conversation of where the weaknesses are and where their strengths are and where do we go from here. Be able to allow an opportunity to build and employ and see the progress. And that's what leadership is about, right? So that has been very successful. We got the blessings from the unions, which was very nice, and onward with that. Other examples include where we hosted a district-wide benefits health fair, the creation of a wellness letter, and all of these get posted on the website under the HR tab. So feel free to, at your leisure, to peruse those. Created quarterly certified staff turnover analytics amongst the team, and what this created for us was an operational energy. It also allowed us to become proactive, and we created what's called a weekly call with the principals and say, okay, here's where we are with your vacancies. What are we doing? Where are you? You have so many vacancies. How can we better support or help you? What do you need from us? And it kind of creates that, kind of nudge and that sense of urgency. And there's that also benefit where the HR generalist gets acclimated and also gets to understand what the administrator's needs and wants are, and vice versa, understand it from HR perspective, how critical it is and how important it is to be proactive, go on Apple Track, review the candidates, work with your HR generalist, and get ahead of the game before we end up with the bottom of the bucket. We conducted an HR team PD offsite, which was much needed, and it helped us a lot. We conducted, in terms of retention, we got ahead. We had in mind creating, and it's still, we haven't erased it, but because of the pandemic resurgence and everything, we decided, okay, how else can we go around besides having roundtables or having meetings where we're being proactive. We rolled up our sleeves and said, okay, we're going to the schools. We're going to do meet and greets. We're going to have that one-on-one with the building administrators, and we're going to actually ask them, what are the challenges that you're facing? How best can we better support you from an HR perspective? And from that, the conversations came out with, I would like to get better at progressive discipline. What do we do in this case or in that case? And so we came across the idea of we much need to create HR learning and development. That's where the HR do's and don'ts came in. That's where progressive discipline training came in, mandated reporting, so they understand better the Title IX complexity and the compliance and the requirements. What else? There were HR learning and development, and of course the much needed evaluation, because how can you, if it's not in black and white, you have to start all over. And so you start off with the evaluation, and this way you give an opportunity for the employees to either get better, either stay on the train and get better, or we all know what the consequences are. Also, we retooled the New Beginnings orientation. There was no orientation in the district. There was New Beginnings is what we call our orientation when we hire. Every new employee has to go through that orientation. It's separate and aside from the school building orientation. And so the first half includes everyone. The second half is just certified staff, and the room turns into a classroom. So that way the educators learn every aspect of the classroom, what they're going to deal with in terms of platforms, technology, whether it's grading, scheduling, Power School, etc. They're giving a laptop, they're giving a username, sign-on, password, everything happens there. This way, if there are any glitches or any issues, they get resolved, and they hit the ground running by the time they hit the classroom. So whatever type of orientation happens at the school building is up to that building administrator to say, here's the key to the bathroom, or to where you, the supply, or where you go make copies, etc. As far as the specific retention efforts for teachers, the team delivered on the following: clear and concise process for all medical leaves, FMLA, workers' comp, maternity leave. We implemented accommodations request process, Novatime FMLA, which I mentioned earlier, the quarterly wellness newsletter, the first annual health and wellness fair that was held in October. So we're going to do that annually every October. We'll make sure you all get invited. Transition to new FSA administrator, which is a flexible spending account, more customer focus. And of course, the active open enrollment that we just did. So we're looking at things that for some may seem like, okay, that's really not important, but you would be surprised as to, for somebody who thinks it's not important, it's significantly important for many. And because I've had exit interviews, not in this district, but in prior districts, where they've left because they didn't know they didn't have a key to the bathroom, or their classroom looked like a bathroom. And so you'd be surprised, or they didn't know the ABCs of how to order supplies, how to get supplies. So again, small is big in many cases. The development and implementation of HR-related leadership, we talked about that. There were 10 training sessions that were conducted with administrators, and here's some of them, to just name a few, and I mentioned some earlier. And I think that's probably, for the most part, where we're at. That's it for me, unless there are any questions that we can answer at this time for you. And Peter's here, by the way. Peter Ritchie is here. He's from the team. He's data and analytics. So in case there are any questions pertaining to.
Let's just complete the goal, and then we'll go into Q&A.
So back to Bunda.
Thank you. So briefly, Goal 3 shared with finance and HR and some other departments. So a couple of things that we were able to accomplish this year. You recall that early this year, we did update our purchasing policy to make it consistent with federal guidelines, and this was something that resulted from the audit last year. We've had conversations about redesigning the budget book, because one element of finance, beyond approving the budget, there's an element of managing the budget and also reporting and sharing our information with the public as taxpayers. How is the money being utilized? And so the redesign of the budget book really seeks to accomplish that goal, identifying where we're spending the resources, what are the priorities, providing trend information so that people truly understand where the money and the resources are allocated within the district. Internally, we have a process every month. You approve a series of budget transfers. Currently, those are all manual. One of the things that we're looking to do moving next, what we've started to do, is to automate that process. You've heard this theme with HR as well. And Munis is our financial system, and so we're working with the city in this project. We have a joint city Board of Ed team. We are actually signed a contract for an upgraded version. We're going live in September, and so currently the city staff and the Board of Ed staff, we are working in the test environment, just testing these new processes. Within the Board of Finance and the Board of Ed, you've seen our new redesigned monthly financial reports. The goal of that is, again, to provide the transparency, graphical information, to just give you a sense of where the funding goes beyond and after the budget is actually approved, but to provide that consistent information. And in addition to that, we are also working on preparing a budget in brief, which is a more friendlier version of the budget, just to provide some highlights of the information. And then here I have a couple of designs. So once we roll out the budget book, which I promise you'll have by the end of next month, this is an example. So this is one looking at just a school page. This is Wolfpit. And so what you'll see information about the school, address of the school, a brief history about the school, including their pathways, if there are any, and some budgetary trend information that will also accompany that. But that just provides some additional information. And some of these charts you've also seen. So these charts will be consistent across the board, so you can truly see where the resources that you approve are being spent and how they're trending. We're designing this book in accordance with the Government Finance Officers Association, and the Association of School Business Officials. So there's actually a professional criteria that this book needs to have, and the anticipation is that we will receive their seal of approval once we submit this for peer review. This is again just an example of some of those financial reports I talked about. I've been receiving these now for 5 months, and they provide some graphical information. But in addition to you receiving them, these financial reports are actually now on our website in the finance page, so you could go to the Norwalk Public Schools monthly financial reports, and as you can see here, this is a screenshot. January through April is uploaded, and once we present to you the May financials, they'll also be uploaded on this report. So I wanted to kind of share that briefly, and I'll pass it over to Sandra.
Thanks. So again, we'll begin with where we were, and just coming out of COVID, a lot of the systems that schools typically had put in place were no longer a priority because we were dealing with a pandemic and we were not in person the entire time. And so I think that once I came onto the team, there was a lack of consistency around the implementation of the drills, just a lot of inconsistency. And also there had been turnover and new roles hadn't been assigned to people. So what we have been able to do is we've been able to actually maintain protocols and actually concentrate on the response to emergencies. So that was our major push for this year, along with providing support in areas where we noticed that there were incidences that were occurring at a higher rate. We did put together a safety task force. That safety task force has been primarily providing feedback around the behavior intervention and expectations guide. Also doing some work on uncovering just what our values are around student behavior and school climate. So working in collaboration with our SEL department on providing professional learning and access to training so that teachers can be supported in providing the supports that they need for their students, not just our service providers that we depend on, but how do we collectively do that? So we have been able to implement school climate specialists at each school. We've been able to update the safety plans according to the state standards, and we've been able to actually have all the drills that we are mandated to have per the state. And what we're looking forward to that's really exciting is actually having the additional funding that was actually given to us from the mayor and the common council is upgrading our infrastructure. So a lot of that is going to be invested in upgrading our infrastructure, and we will come back to the safety task force to actually talk about what that plan is, talk about our recommendation and prioritize with that task force. But I will say that some of the things we'll already need, like additional cameras and door alarms, things of that nature, to make sure that we're actually maximizing our facilities and our ability to keep students and staff safe. We actually were able to put in place the Raptor system. So we used to use it to welcome in visitors, but now we use it as a communication tool. And this actually proved really critical with the recent tragedy in Texas, because their communication system had failed. So now we're not just relying upon the intercom system or radios. We actually have apps on our phones where we can communicate with staff members that have downloaded the app. So I feel that there's that, and there's also our ability to monitor what is happening online with our students are also ways for us to try to catch leakage is the term that Bob Kalarki taught me, so that we can monitor what are students Googling, what sort of supports are they signaling to us through their online activity, and that has been something that we monitored very closely this year. And then we just have been doing the monthly staff meetings with the representatives from each school to increase our situational awareness and revising the safety plans with these folks. So there's been a lot that's been happening in that area. A lot more needs to happen in terms of our collaboration with our SEL peers to make sure that we're supporting a tiered approach to behavior expectations and management, and making sure that both staff and students are feeling supported and are well taken care of for school safety. And then some of the other goals have more to do with our transportation goals and our food service goals and our facilities plans. And really they come from a goal of increasing communication in these areas and then increasing voice and choice. So for transportation, we've been able to actually build some efficiencies using PowerSchool. And it was really important that we didn't go out and buy another platform. We didn't want parents to have to log into something else. So we've actually been able to utilize PowerSchool and EduLog, something called Web Query, for parents to access bus stops, bus stop assignments, and then now parents could see where the buses are located and actually receive notifications. For food services, we've actually been able to get grant for fresh fruit and vegetable programs and increasing student voice and choice. So as to where before we used to only survey certain sections, or we actually conducted surveys across all schools. And this is just to get students to be able to tell us what menu choices they want. And it's very important that students also feel that their voice is being heard. And we did try to push their options by having food tastings and then doing fun things like mood boost, like blueberries, make you feel good, things like that to just make students want to choose to eat well and have that control over their bodies. And then I spoke to you briefly about the ISSA facility study and a scorecard for per school. And that ability to actually have actual data to provide each school with an action plan around the repairs that need to be made and the efforts that where we need to be improving. Although I have to say our custodians are really stellar. So, and from there, I think I am sharing with you some of our additional accomplishments. So I started the year with you guys in a transportation debacle. But I will say that after October, we have maintained a 98% on-time arrival.
Okay.
So everything, so all that pain was really, really well worth it to revert back to the old start times. And so we've been able to actually get students to school on time. EduLog and Web Query for improved communication is something that we're really proud to be rolling out. And then I shared with you during our last board meeting the CEP, and we've already started submitting the application for the free lunch for everyone, for all the students in Norwalk. The student voice and choice and the fresh fruit vegetable grant is something that's really cool that we will continue to do and that we implemented this year. And then we do have 8 competitive grants that we have been awarded that I think Luna or Ralph will include more details in their presentation, but one that we're working on at the moment is the School Violence Prevention Grant. So I'm really excited. We tend to get the grants that we apply for, but I'll keep you posted on that one. And we did implement middle school sports again this year, and we actually had about 700 students, middle schoolers, participate in that with various tournaments and trophies and all the things that we really appreciated about middle school sports. And now we have outdoor learning spaces in 6 locations, and that has been in partnership also with Food Corps. So a lot of those locations have a Food Corps member that can actually bridge that outside space with lessons on STEM and work alongside teachers. So that has been also a partnership that we've been able to expand. And I'm going to turn it over to Ralph.
Thanks, Sandra, and good evening, board. So I'm briefly going to talk a little bit in goal 3 about a couple of our other indicators tonight. One of them being communications. So as we started this year, we talked a lot about some changes and things that we wanted to address in our communications as a whole. A couple of those areas was, if you remember, we looked at developing a lot of referral and looking at how do we kind of like, not just from a technical standpoint, but how do we actually look at actually having better communications and having parents have a means of being able to contact us. So we have, over this year, developed what we call a public ticketing system. The way it's been working up to now is we've been beta testing it, so as calls have been coming in, assistants and here in central office have been entering them into a ticketing system. We're excited to say that we'll be launching now this site on the website. So you'll be able to go onto the website, and you can see that's there's a screenshot there, what it'll look like, called the Support Center. You'll be able to click on it and actually enter your email. You'll have a pull-down menu that says, is this a finance issue? Is it a HR or a technology issue? And be able to enter that data, and it'll be a ticketing system, and that will actually go so we can actually help follow up. So we're excited about launching this year. Another area of communications that we really talked about and you've heard about a few times is how do we better communicate using digital media? And one of those areas is social media, and how do we actually use these better? So we also are very excited to say that we now have a standardized platform that we actually have across the board. So all the Twitter accounts have a standardized naming structure, so do Facebook. We've actually created, we haven't launched yet, Instagram accounts for each one of the schools as well. And schools have been learning about how to be able to use these platforms. And I'll leave a little teaser, like Sandra, to talk about our metrics for next year of how we actually help to make sure that we're implementing this and monitoring the progress of expanding that digital media. Another area in Goal 3 that we talked about was research and analytics. And if you remember earlier this year, we discussed the idea of actually building a research and analytics department. We were lucky enough this year to be able to make sure that we actually had 4 partners that are our philanthropy partners that worked with us to be able to help support this over the next 3 years. We have a 3-year plan that's in place. And from a high level, the goals for year 1 were to establish a team, establish our metrics, and start to define our systems that need to be put into place. And we actually are excited to say that we've actually achieved all of these pieces. So we're partnering and expanding our partnership with the RISE network, which was working with our high schools to become more of a K-12 continuum. We are working with hiring as an analytics support to our team, someone from a Harvard business fellow that will come in and help to support with those analytics. We're in the process of actually the interviews at the moment. We're working with Norwalk to help partner on the communications side and developing a stronger pre-K through 12 integrated way of looking at our systems and looking at data for the community as well as internally. Our high schools have now both been working with the RISE network, and we're implementing freshman success teams. Next week, we actually have cohorts from each one of our schools that are going to be up in New Haven for 2 days going through a training to be able to kick off this process. So we're really excited about that as well. And then, of course, we've also hired Kristen Schmidt. If you haven't met Kristen yet, she's our Director of School Improvement. She hit the ground running and has really been working with RISE and with our partners to make sure that the pieces are all in place. So, like I said, we've actually accomplished a lot over this last year. Here are just some examples of some of the things that we've been doing in the past 6 months. And especially since Kristen's come on board, and with this is also being all led through Dr. McBride and his department. Here are some examples of just some of the research and analytics pieces. We are doing weekly monitoring of indicators such as discipline, chronic absenteeism, and attendance, as well as academics. So this just kind of gives you an example of some of our dashboards that are in place right now the teachers are looking at. We'll be looking at expanding this for next year. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Case.
Thank you, Ralph. And good evening, board members. Good. The school quality review process, as you may know, is a new process that's been implemented this year. It is a 2-day process or a 3-day process in schools, depending upon the size. And what it does is reviews all aspects of both instruction and operations within the schools. As a result of this review, it identifies, the review itself identifies areas of celebration, areas that the schools are doing well in, and also areas of instructional improvement. And it really helps the schools to know just what they need to do next, where they need to improve. As a result of this particular process, the schools expect that there will be a support cycle for them. We call them cycles of improvement, whereby the district teams come to the school and work with the school staffs to build capacity at the school level, and they choose one area of instructional improvement, and they work with the leadership and with the teachers on strategies in order to improve that particular area. The process has been implemented in 10 schools this year and will be implemented in the remainder of the schools next year. In the beginning of the year, I think that people were wary. It's an intense process for the schools, but the schools have all been very grateful in the sense that they are understanding now where they are, what they need to improve. It's very hard to just say improve. It's much more helpful for schools to know exactly what the areas are that they need improvement in, and also to be celebrated for what they are doing well, which has been happening in all of the schools. So we are really looking forward to continuing this process. There is a rubric that is used. Schools and both administrators and teachers they have been looking at this rubric. They have been working with this rubric. Teachers are being trained to utilize the rubric and to understand what some of the areas that they need to, that are research-based and that are really good instruction that they need to have in their classrooms. So it has been a pretty successful process this year, and we're really looking forward to continuing it next year. Thank you.
And now, that concludes goal 3. So we'll open it up for questions. I think those individuals who presented, you could stay close to the podium just in case questions arise on your section.
I had a recruiting question. Obviously, there's so much going on with recruiting, doing a great job with billboards and fairs and et cetera. I wanted to know how you feel at the school level, how the recruitment's going, and if there's anything that you're seeing where we're getting more I don't know what you'd say, more people are responding to billboards or coming to the fairs or other types of ads.
So I believe News 12 came to be number 3, LinkedIn number 2, or the other way around, Indeed.com, and then billboards, the first one. We get those reviews at orientation because we ask at orientation, how'd you hear about the job, how'd you find it billboards? Absolutely.
On that note, how about schools? Are there some schools that are not getting as much traffic as others?
For improvement. So the way it works is that all the ads and everything gets everyone to go to AppleTrack to see what's available. And then it's up to the individual building administrator to make sure that they're going through AppleTrack to see who's applying. That's critical because time is very important, time sensitivity. But what I've done is again, going back to the presentation, we as a team got together and say, okay, we just can't leave it up to the building principal. Everybody's busy. So let's do that weekly call up. Okay, where are you? It's the nudging. You have so many vacancies, what are you doing about it? Where are you in the process? Do you need us to intervene? Do you need us to help? We actually took it another notch, another level, and with the job fairs or anyone that we came across, we just kept adding to an Excel spreadsheet. And we created tabs where they're certified, what their certifications are in, what subject areas, whether or not they've already been vetted through the first process. This would be much easier, and they could just look at the Excel, look at the name, go to Apple Track, and get everything else, and be able to just schedule them in for a building interview because they've already been vetted as that speed dating type of interview when they come to the job fairs. And so that was another idea and another way for us to help and support the building administrators to just kind of expedite and get through that. But we've had a lot of people go on Apple Track, and listen, there are people that are looking for jobs. We do sometimes, because I'm on the website as a director, so automatically they just want to go right to the top. Hey, I'm available, here's my resume, and so we got to get them to go through the process of Apple Track so it makes it official. And you don't want anyone to get lost in the transition of anything as well. But it's constant communication back and forth with the building administrator, whether by phone, email, constant communication with the team itself. We meet twice a week. We do debriefs and we do the HR staff meeting, and then Peter keeps us on our toes. He's constantly running the reports, where we are, whether the numbers gone down, gone up, and and that's how we also help support each other. It's almost like if you let the dust kind of settle, we can't do that. We just got to keep things moving.
I think the team have done a great job in exceeding the goals that were even outlined for within the efficiency study. Just overhauling the HR system, as we know it in Norwalk. Hearing the lift of all that you put in place, I think the public should be aware that these were not in place at all, and I think getting to the place of really being proactive and using data to engage internal stakeholders, it's a great place to be to really start scratching the surface on how we address just the hiring issue that everyone's experiencing district-wide. I have one question. You mentioned, I believe you cut the response time from 7 to 3 days?
Correct.
And have you tracked terms of response to interview time? Is that a measure or?
We could probably, I believe Peter were to run a report from the time that they apply to, we could see who's reviewed the application and the date that it was reviewed. In terms of interviews, whether or not they've been called for an interview, if they put in notes, we can see that as well. But not everybody enters notes. But you just made a red flag go up on me. So I think I may want to add that for the next year's training with administrators, that should be, if you've spoken or if you've interviewed someone, that should be a notation, definitely, so we know whether yay or nay or what happened with this candidate, and we could follow up. So thank you for that question.
And I think it's important to mention there were two elements, right? So we did the internal HR review, which based on the findings of that review, many of those elements have been implemented. And when the efficiency study was conducted, it was highlighted on how many of those elements were already implemented for employees. And from the efficiency study, those recommendations provided, many of those, as you saw with the organization of the HR team, were based on those recommendations as well.
Sure. Is that what you said? Peter, actually. So I agree. It's great to be out in the wild and seeing the billboards, seeing all the efforts. And I think it sounds like they have been effective. On the retention side, do we have any kind of quantifiable data that kind of can give us some context of where Norwalk is relative to state level stats or even national stats?
So we did. We did some research in that area. Nationally in 2019, the retention rate was, the attrition rate or turnover rate was 16%. 8% of which was staff moving to other roles, 8% retirement. That was at a national level, and comparing our district right now, we are combined 11%, 8% turnover, 3% retirement. So looking at 2019 and how COVID has exacerbated, we were trying to find national stats that would give us some insight in terms of how we were trending relative to national numbers. The number is actually higher than what it was in 2019. The trending number just on turnover rate is hovering between 10-13% depending on the state or area that you're looking at. We're still waiting for some national studies to come out that provide us more concrete numbers to like post the pandemic. But given where we were pre the pandemic and knowing that the pandemic has exacerbated some of these numbers, as a district, we're faring out well relative to the national numbers. I don't know if you would like to add anything.
The only thing I'd like to add is that Norwalk should be proud that the state does provide a report in terms of certified staff, people of color, and what their percentage, their makeup is. And at the state level is 10.6. Norwalk is at a 20.6.
That's for people of color, staff?
That's great. I want to say, covered this earlier, I want to just kind of reiterate publicly, I think HR is one of those departments where we often get a lot of complaints because that's where people find themselves disgruntled. I will say that as a board member, I know some of my colleagues share this, we've also heard a lot of very, very positive remarks on the improvements we've made in HR in the past year. So, I want to give credit where it's due and
Thank you.
acknowledge that.
And I just want to say that, like I said earlier, a couple of slides does not identify or really, this is nothing, this was just really, when we were looking at, okay, how do we cut to make it shorter, we can go on, and this could have been a workshop just on, HR. But I stand here in front of all of you, and I'm proud to say that thank you to all of your support and the superintendent's support. We would not have been able to do it. It has been long and very exhausting and very challenging at all levels, but we're here and we just keep looking to how to continue to streamline, how to continue to make it better, not just for us, but all employees across the district, working collaboratively in a partnership with all the unions, finding a way that it's a win-win, having conversations so it's not contentious. It doesn't have to be. Let's just find a happy medium. Let's move on and just make it better for everybody.
And I think one of the things that's important to highlight, I asked the team to come up just to address kinds of questions, but also for you to visualize that one of the key things that we're trying to do is interconnect departments and make sure that people are not working in silos. And this goal is a perfect example of what we're trying to accomplish, because you see how many people are standing here. We have over 4 different departments that worked collectively together to ensure that goal 3 was met. And I think it's really important as we continue to do the work that, like we're talking about building a coalition around supports to address our social emotional needs in the district, that we also build those coalitions within the organization to maximize efficiency. And this is a perfect example of that.
There is one last thing that I just thought of as I said that we are working collaboratively and in partnership with the unions. In terms of teacher retention, I was very vocal and expressed this, where if a teacher is leaving, I don't want to find out that that teacher's leaving when they're leaving out the door, right? They already gotten a job. If they're thinking about leaving, I want to know about it because we have vacancies. So if it's because of a situation where they feel they're not the right fit at that building, whatever the case might be, there needs to be a conversation up front and center as to why they're thinking of leaving or why they're not happy. And then we could figure out if it's that we can find another vacancy within the district or where they don't have to leave. In some cases, sometimes it's not always what happens, but sometimes they're thinking of a change in career, or sometimes they're just completely burnt out or thinking maybe a change in general with a complete different district. But but I still want to know. Because if I can save that teacher, that's important and that's critical. I mean, especially if they've been here 4 or 5 years. We've already invested a lot of time and money, so that's something else that we're trying to work at, to see how we get to those teachers before they actually leave. So thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually, so I have 2 questions. So the first one I think is actually to Sandra, and I was really happy to see, I think it was on the business and operations slide, the return of middle school sports. And so could you just elaborate on that? I wasn't aware of it. I'm very happy to hear it. I have had parents in the district, reach out to me and ask if those activities would be coming back. They were cut when my kids were in elementary school, and it definitely has had an impact. So I was very happy to hear that. Can you shed some light on that?
Sure, I can. So we actually took advantage of some ESSER grants to actually be able to support additional middle school programming. And within that, we actually brought back middle school sports where we hired coaches at the middle schools, and we hired athletic assistants at each middle school to help organize them. And in working with Doug Marchetti and John Cross, we were able to actually lead some of that. We presented on this a while back, but I could send you those slides to actually show you the breakdown of the fall versus the spring sports and the tournaments that took place. So they competed with each other on in their basketball, and I think at the end they did volleyball and soccer. But they played after school within their own school every week.
So just to provide context, one of the things that was really important for us as students were transitioning out of the pandemic, but really out of being in their home environment for an extended amount of time, we wanted to make sure that we addressed wellness beyond mental health, but also physical fitness. Because we knew that many students didn't have those opportunities. And also, we wanted to close the economic gap that was being created by eliminating middle school sports, because only students that could afford athletic programs at the middle school level would be able to have access to those programs. And we wanted to make sure that when kids were competing, entering 9th grade in high school, that they had a fair chance in having access. So having the opportunity to have ESSER dollars allowed us to really take into consideration this element of concern, but also to really provide something that was taken away, that listening to families, listening to the students was something that they valued and really wanted that. So as a result of that, I think, like you articulated, John Cross and
Doug Marchetti
were instrumental in helping us put this together. They, I just said, we have this challenge, we need to put this forward, and they rolled up their sleeves and made sure that we had an effective program coming in to our middle schools.
And Brian DeBoer, I don't want to forget Brian.
Absolutely.
Because if you don't, you have to value the work. Yeah, you have to value the work of everybody.
But they came together and really did a phenomenal job of building out the schedule, really thinking about what sports made sense at this grade level, and putting everything together in a very short period of time. So kudos to them, because we had a successful year of middle school athletics, and thanks to their efforts, besides their busy schedules, because they have so much to do already, and they took this upon themselves to make it happen.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And are the sports co-ed right now?
Yeah, they're co-ed.
Both things together, okay. Yeah, that's a win. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then my second question is for Ralph. So Ralph, you were talking about communications and upgrades there, and Twitter pages or Instagram, I think, and Facebook pages. So everything that you were presenting there, is that in light of, I know last week during our business meeting, we had the the communications audit presentation. So safe to assume that everything that you're working on is.
That's actually why some of the things haven't actually even started to move forward. I mean, well, so the teaser is we will be looking at like redesigning obviously the website, but we want to make sure the new communications team's on board to be able to help make those decisions to change the menu structure and everything else.
And because with the communications review, we had it for a while. The challenge was how we fit it into the workshop schedule because there was so much to present. But the minute we received the findings of the study, we started strategizing how we would implement it and roll it into this upcoming academic school year. Any further questions on both?
I have a facility question. You mentioned that there were competitive grants and that helped with the outdoor classrooms. Did I get that right?
Those were actually ESSER funds also.
So that's what I was thinking, ESSER funds for outdoor classrooms. Here's my question.
Outdoor learning spaces.
Outdoor learning spaces. I'd like you to elaborate on that a little bit.
Sure.
But also the inside, the classrooms inside, the ESSER funds that you may have used to upgrade the air conditioning in them, the airflow. We have some HEPA filters, but do we have those for every classroom?
Yes.
In every classroom in every school?
And I've put out communications to principals that as they have some makeshift spaces, like for instance, if they've had to turn something into an office, that they can request one.
So they can have a portable.
They're all portable.
They're all
they're all portable, but let's just say if you happen to now come upon a need, you have an additional counselor and you created a space, we would provide you with an additional filter.
I see.
And we have them ordered for the Sono Elementary School, and we have them ordered for the new Jefferson building.
And I think an added layer to that is with the HVAC system is the filters utilized.
Yeah,
we upgraded all the filters across the districts to MERV 13, which were in alignment to some of the CDC specifications to ensure air quality.
So that
we changed those last summer.
Internal air quality, and then outdoor learning spaces. Explain what happens there.
Okay, so they're called outdoor learning spaces because they have a few different parts of, like there's a part where you grow food, there's a part where there's an actual classroom where kids could be seated and you can provide instruction. So it's more of a space where you can actually provide instruction and have students engage in growing lettuce. Your last update included some pictures of lettuce. So they could grow lettuce and then they could actually be learning about the life cycle of a plant, and then they can harvest the lettuce. And then
is there any canopy of any sort for shade?
There is a canopy, and this is also something that Dr. Estrella started before me, but because of the inability to get supplies, we just now got the canopies for all of the outdoor learning spaces, and there's 6 of them that were identified for this year.
And are we hoping to expand that?
We're hoping to expand that. We'll have to,
And I think some of our educators have also taken upon themselves, and I think
there's one here who's been very vocal about the outdoor learning space.
Created an incredible learning space at Bonus.
Yes.
And not only does it facilitate learning within the sciences, but also creates a nice learning environment and space for students.
And it creates a nice partnership with Chartwells because they will also then harvest the food with the students and prepare it and serve it. So it's just a nice way to have students actually be participating in their community, right, and be a good citizen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know we want to move on, but I do want to ask, it's so great to hear that these SQRs, which I think we have not been doing for a long time, are being implemented. We've done 10 schools, we're going to do some more. We have heard some feedback, you mentioned tonight, that they can be a little intense. As we think about moving them out in the future, and everything else going on. Is there a way that we can think about how we can dial down the intensity just a little bit?
I think the intensity comes because in the work is personal, right? This is speaking to the elements of the school that need improvement. I think at first they become intense, and once people see that the focus is supporting, building, and developing, things tend to cool off, for lack of a better word. I think Brookside is a perfect example of starting the process and looking at elements that needed development and really seeing the fruits of the cycles of improvement yield better student outcome and staff development, have been a great example. And I think in other places, even Wolf Pit is another great example of, the feedback was hard, right? But it's more about what is it that we're learning, what are the things that we need to plan and develop. We have gotten feedback from the principals. I created an advisory group of school leaders and assistant principals. And in those conversations, we've been discussing the school quality review process and talking about what are some of the elements that we can improve upon, and even taking parental feedback in terms of all parents having access to provide feedback around the process. So throughout the summer, we're going to be taking the feedback that we receive to further enhance and modify the process, right? Because every year we're going to learn from the experience and how to make it better. I know that the school leaders provided an array of feedback also for us through Dr. Moore that we are reviewing and also taking into consideration as well.
May I just add also that as a result, a number of the schools that Dr. Estrella just referred to, the cycles of support that occurred afterward really resulted in increased student outcomes. And as a result of those increased student outcomes for the specific area of focus for that cycle of support, other teachers in the school were asking about how they could replicate those processes. And in a number of our schools, I think we have 4 schools now that are on their second cycle because that they understood the value. So it really has been a beneficial process. As Dr. Estrella says, it's new to some of the schools, but as it becomes more, more well-known to them and more understood by them, that it probably will not be quite as intense.
No, and I think it's great that we're doing them. I just was asking us if we're responding to some of the feedback about them. It sounds like we are, so I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on goal 3? Okay, yes, teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna move now to goal 4, Mary Ann Shepherd and Dr. Sandy Case.
Good evening, members of the board. So I have the privilege of presenting on goal 4, cultivating instructional leadership in all of our school buildings. So one key system or structure was developing a professional learning plan for our school leaders as well as our teacher leaders. So that's inclusive of our principals, assistant principals, as well as the school positions that we had in each of our schools as the instructional coaches. So throughout the year, our school leaders and coaches engaged in monthly professional learning sessions focused on implementing curriculum structures, scaffolds meeting the needs of diverse learners, and also developing cycles of professional learning to really move the work forward in their schools. So this is all in addressing our high quality instruction and support strategic priority, and to also to meet the unfinished learning needs of all of our students. So this year, all of our schools launched and facilitated an instructional leadership team for the first time. This team consisted of coaches, other teacher leaders, and other members of their administrative team. One key responsibility of this ILT is to plan and facilitate the professional learning at the school based on the district and the school priorities. During these meetings, school leaders learned from our valued partners as well as with and from one another in order to drive the improvement efforts at their school. Throughout the spring, we had the honor of providing a space for our school leaders at these sessions to share some of their promising practices and also to provide each other with feedback. Throughout the professional learning, here on the slide you see a protocol and a one-pager. These were really developed to ensure that we were bringing coherence to the work across the district. Protocols allow us to engage our school leaders in an experience that they can then take back to their school and engage their teams and their teachers with. So here you see a data deep dive protocol. And also when we're talking about cycles of professional learning, wanted to make sure that we're developing a shared understanding and a common language. So these one-pagers kind of capture a high-level essence of what we're talking about. And it also provides them with an artifact that they can go back to their schools and ground their work in. A second, one of our strategic priorities we talk about is excellence. And when we talk about excellence, we're talking about a commitment to continuous improvement. And this year, our school improvement plan template was revised last summer and launched during our July leadership retreat. And the entire process that Dr. Case and I worked through with our school leaders is grounded in this improvement science map that you see here. First, making sure that we're understanding the problem and the systems that produce it. Before we start setting any goals, developing any action plans, we need to make sure that we're understanding first. Then developing a shared theory of improvement. This work cannot be owned by one person in any school. It needs to be owned by the collective. And then identifying, generating ideas for change, testing and building evidence for those ideas for change, and then spreading and scaling. So as I mentioned last year, we launched a revised school improvement template during the July retreat. And school leaders worked throughout the summer to develop those plans with feedback from key stakeholders, and then receiving feedback from the district as well. I'm excited to say that this year, we're already 2 months ahead of schedule, and that the template and the process was initiated in May, giving our school leaders these key remaining months the opportunity to be able to work with members of their ILT in a very intentional and purposeful manner. Because again, it can't be one person sharing the responsibility or having the accountability for this work. It's really all about the group. And so this idea you heard Dr. Case speak about in these cycles of support, the cycles often start with one teacher team or one department, but the idea being that we're starting there, and then as we see what's working, we take that idea and we spread and we scale it. So a third structure that we implemented this year, which is a new way of the district and school leaders working together, is the cycles of support that are initiated, you see, by the school quality review. Within a matter of days, always within a week, the district team is meeting with the school's instructional leadership team to review the findings from the SQR, as well as to look at other data. Through this process, we engage in a root cause analysis. So again, making sure that we are identifying what is the most high leverage area that we're going to focus on as a collaborative partnership. This results in a development of a 6 to 8 week cycle plan, where we are developing weekly collaborations. So this work might consist of professional learning workshops, working with teacher teams, really investing in the coaches, investing in the school leaders' capacity to build this work. Through these weekly collaborations, about halfway through the cycle, we come together, a group of us, and we want to reflect on what's working, because we don't want to wait until we get to the end of the 6 to 8 weeks to see what's working and what's not working. So after just a few weeks into the plan, we're coming together to visit classrooms, review artifacts, and to look at some student data and some student work. And that's where we see, what do we want to continue? Because we see that it's having some initial impact. Where might we need to make some adjustments? And where might we see, you know what, this was not the right thing for us to focus on at this point. I'm happy to say most times during these mid-cycles, it was just all about a minor course correction. And during the mid-cycle, and then ultimately during the end cycle visits, it really was a celebration of the work that was happening. To see how proud the school leaders and the teacher leaders and the teachers were, everybody wants to be effective. And to be, when you can see the impact of your work, success breeds success. And so, as Dr. Case mentioned, we had other teacher teams like, I know third grade started, but when's my team going to be able to engage in this work? And through every single of the schools that have engaged in a cycle of support was able to articulate and to demonstrate the impact that their work is having on student outcomes. And so a lot of the work of the leadership development team, the school support team with the schools has been developing systems and structures for them to lead the work at their schools. And so it's all grounded in a capacity building model. So as Dr. Case mentioned, during the second cycle where that has been initiated, we're starting to step back a little bit. And the school is really taking the drive, and we're providing more of a support role. So initially it's really like a co-partnership role, and then we start to dial back, because as more schools come on board with the school quality review, we know we have more schools that are going to engage in these cycles of support. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Case.
I'm back. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Mary Ann. We've talked a little bit in some of the other presentations about coaches. And this year, again, we have literacy and math coaches in every single school. And they are really a key lever in the school improvement effort. Principals and teachers are very excited about having them there. They are working very closely with the administrators and with teachers to help them to implement, for example, data-driven instructional cycles. This year, we talked a little bit before about the fact that there is new curriculum, in the school. So for this first year, they're helping them to unpack that as well. And they're really, I'm going to call them important tools for the teachers and the administrators to be able to call upon in order to help them to improve instruction in all of the classrooms. The coaches have, in many schools, the coaches are invited in also by teachers who will see them and say, I need help in a particular area, can you come in to see me? So it's been really an exciting endeavor. We have monthly meetings for coaches, and one of the first things we talked about was helping them to understand adult learning, because most of these coaches were really excellent teachers, but we know that teaching students is a little different from teaching adults. So when we're doing the training for them, we really focus on how to really convey ideas and how to convey information to adults. And adults learn, obviously, in a very different way. So coaches have been a very valuable tool for us. One of the things that coaches do, and I know that Mary Ann had referred, and Rob also referred to this process, we have for, again, the first, in the past, in Connecticut, there were always, for many years, the concept of data teams. But the data teams had not been implemented on a regular basis and not been implemented in a way that really led to the kind of school improvement that we are looking for. So this year we have asked, and everybody has arranged for teacher teams to meet. The teacher teams come together at least weekly, sometimes bi-weekly, meaning more than once a week. And the coaches are involved in those teams. In many cases, the coaches lead those teams. And in those teams, the teachers plan for, again, instruction. They analyze assessment data and student work to see, for example, if there is a third grade team that is meeting, they come together, they are implementing common assessments. They will come together to take a look at the student assessments to see what went well, what did the students not understand. And if that is a common thread across the grade, they will be talking about what do we have to adjust. Do we have to adjust the lesson? Do we have to adjust the pacing? What do we have to adjust in order to go back to make sure that the students understand and achieve the concept? So teacher teams have really been very valuable, and again, it's been a new process this year. We've been asking them to approach this in a different way from the way they did it before, and it's been, again, very successful. In every school, we have asked them to form an equity team. Dr. McBride, who's not here tonight, really works with the schools to discuss, to monitor the equity teams. In every school improvement plan, there is an equity goal based on an area of disproportionality that has been identified in each school. So for example, many of these areas revolve around, and indicated, students being referred to special education. Which students are being referred to education more than others? Which students are going into gifted and talented programs more than others? Which students are being excluded? Which students are taking AP, advanced placement courses in the schools? Who has access to them and who doesn't? Et cetera. So, and the same thing with discipline data, such as suspensions and just really students being sent to the office for other disciplinary measures. The schools have been asked to really take a look at their data, to really identify the areas of highest disproportionality, and to really come together as a team within their schools to really address those areas. It's one thing to say, well, we don't have a lot of students of color on the lacrosse team, but then what are we doing about it? So the fact, I don't know that that's true, but I'm just using that as an example. The fact is that these teams are really charged with coming together and trying to come up with solutions to these issues. So as I indicated, Dr. McBride, he meets with them, and their progress monitoring, the work that they are doing, and we have created with these teams, and the focus this year has really created an awareness that this is happening. So hopefully, as the teams move, we have already seen some improvements in terms of numbers of students who are included in the Gifted and Talented program. A number of the schools have come to us and indicated that they have already met their preliminary goals. So we hope that they will be able to set more and to be able to meet them as time marches on. In terms of additional accomplishments, we are happy to say that we have all of our principals and assistant principals and CISDs have participated in professional learning communities, PLCs. They have come together as a group here at the central office. They have also visited each other's schools several times. And those PLC visits really have served as wonderful professional development for them. They have learned from each other. They have talked about challenges with each other, understood what some of the practices were that were successful in some of the schools that they could then take back to their own. And we're looking forward to continuing those next year. The leadership office really serves as a single point of contact in addition for our schools. So we have many offices and many services to provide to our schools, and sometimes it's daunting for the school to really figure out where to go. So both Marianne and I and the team serve as that single point of contact where if in fact a school does need a particular service, we will support them by working with, as Dr. Estrella said, the other departments to make sure that the schools get the services they need. And finally, we have been, as Dr. Estrella mentioned before, been able to implement advisory councils for both principals and assistant principals to get the kind of feedback that's going to let us know what we need to do, what we need to adjust in order to really service our schools and make sure that they get what they need. Okay.
And I just want to just add from that council, it informed the professional development for principals and assistant principals over the summer. It helped inform our professional development calendar for the year, and even looking at how to better streamline information and resources district-wide. And we would bring they would provide us topics that they wanted to elevate in the conversation, but also we brought ideas and areas that we wanted to obtain additional feedback from them so that we could continue to refine our plans as we continue to move forward. We will continue to do that throughout the summer. But our goal in doing that was to really take what we've implemented this year, further develop it based on feedback provided from principals and assistant principals in how we can infuse and make it better. One of the things as we plan forward that Dr. McBride and I have discussed is engaging in similar opportunities with teachers and paraeducators and other staff throughout the district. So we're looking at creative ways in which to do that as well. So this served kind of as a pilot for us to see how to most effectively streamline feedback and engage in immediate implementation. Questions?
I'll make a statement. So what I like to say is that I'm impressed with the work that I'm seeing. For me, a lot of what I understand, I see through the lens of closing the achievement gap and making sure that our kids of color are getting are adapting to the work and they're learning what they need to learn. And the presentation that you're making seems to show that there's a lot of accountability involved and there's a lot of oversight. And one could argue that that is what is needed in order to make sure that our kids are learning. And now we are attempting, and now we are getting to decrease that gap. My sense is perhaps that kind of oversight wasn't happening in the past. And so maybe that contributed to why the gap hasn't closed as much as it should have. So if this is going to help us to get there, I think that it's important and that it seems like it's good work.
I think one of the things that we're doing is being very intentional. If we go back to the component about the equity teams, those of you who were not here prior to some of the work that Dr. Fergus engaged the board, but you had an opportunity to see some of that work, is really looking at our disproportionality data, right? Because when we look at the data as a whole, it doesn't give us the full story in terms of how we're doing for all students. And that's why when I presented the graduation data, to me it was more important to demonstrate how you disaggregate the data and you see how much growth we've accomplished just in 1 year for certain subgroups that have not been faring that well. Because even when you look at special education, graduation of 59% is unacceptable. And the fact that we were able to increase that by close to 10%, it speaks to not only the efforts our educators are putting forward, but also the support structures that Mr. Pennington, Dr. Case, and Ms. Shepherd, as well as the rest of the team, have been putting together in not only building leadership capacity, but also providing the professional development necessary to support our staff. And I think something that is different for us is that the expectation is that everybody who's working in central office is in schools, right? And that we're only here when our schools are closed. There is an expectation that our ed administrators are constantly in schools providing support and coaching our coaches, any staff that might need those additional supports. And I think that's unique to what was in practice before. So we were setting the expectation and putting forward the overarching professional development, but then there's a major component of school improvement is actually monitoring the progress and implementation of that work. And that's different. And I know that because it's a change, it creates certain stressors, but I think in the long run, the benefits, like what you saw today, just in one data point, will show improvement. And to us, that's critical. One, that we develop our staff in the areas that they need for the development, because in turn, that's going to yield better outcomes for our students. But the process of progress monitoring needs to be in place so that not only we make sure that things are effectively being implemented, but we can also assess how well or not these tools are helping improve practice within our schools. And when they're not, then learning from why they're not creating the outcomes that we're seeking so that we can make modifications to ensure that they do.
I just had one question about the cycles of support that we've been talking about. Just in terms of context, what does that timeline look like? Is it over several weeks? Is it over several months?
Yes, excuse me, so, excuse me, the cycle of support, it varies, but it's at least 6 to 8 weeks. So in some cases, it's been a little longer, in some cases, well, most of them are about that, because these are the first ones we're doing. And as I say, we have, as Mary Ann indicated, there is a mid-cycle check-in. You know, again, it's progress monitoring that Dr. Estrella is talking about. So the entire team goes from central, goes to the school to meet with the school team to go into classes and to observe teacher practice and to observe the student outcomes and to take a look at some of the results at that point. So it's not a 2-week process. Thank you.
And just to know, like, if we see that there is a need for additional time, obviously, either we extend the cycle or we shift how we look at the next series of weeks ahead.
Some of, if I may, well, in the beginning, some of the cycles included several grade levels. Some of the cycles only include 1 grade level. A lot of the cycles of the first cycles now, because there will be a whole continuum, are around, many of them are around mathematics, because that is an area of concern in a number of the schools. Many of the schools did not do as well in math as they did in reading. So very rightly, when they went through the process of figuring out what the problem of practice was going to be, in many of the initial schools, it was around mathematics. Brookside, that Dr. Estrella mentioned, the second cycle is around literacy. So, you know, I mean, they will be taking a look, because once they have this awareness and they also have a knowledge of the process and the protocols that go with the process, it makes it easier for them to implement themselves, except that we are still monitoring them and still going in to support them.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
We'll just change to go.
Good evening again, and just to kind of piggyback on what Dr. Estrella and what Sherry were just talking about around strategies and intentionality around deliberately closing the achievement gap. One of those strategies is really to look at enhancing and expanding our program options for all students, because that really is, so we want to make sure that all students have access in any way possible, looking at the data, but also making sure that that's the case. So what I'm going to update you on right now is some of the program expansion and options that we've made over this past year. Our first is in STEAM learning. We talked about this, making sure that we ensure that all students in our K environment all have that STEAM experience. And what we've been able to do this year is gather a lot of data, surveying sites, making sure that we understand what's being taught out there. And we've developed teams that include not only teachers, but include our digital coaches, our library media specialists, all in the idea of understanding how to integrate design thinking and engineering practices into our regular STEAM curriculum that all students experience throughout the district. So once again, we'll talk more about the idea of what that metric will look like for next year, because we now do have an intentional plan in place to be able to say, it's like, how do we scaffold this over time? But we've been able to take a lot of time to make sure that we've actually incorporated those options for all of our students. And, if you get a chance, you can take a look at our YouTube channel and kind of see our STEM showcase. You can see what our students and our kiddos are really doing out there in these areas. We've also been doing a lot more publications around, our STEM learning throughout the district. One of the areas that I think I've been the most proud about and what we've been able to accomplish, and this is really through a collaboration between all of us working together, and especially Dr. Case of kicking this off earlier this year and making this really come to fruition, was our Twilight Academy. I put up a couple of metrics here to kind of show you what we've been able to accomplish this year. But we do know is this option, as we started building into this and talking about launching our virtual academy, in reality, they both should be combined because it's an option that is there and that our Twilight students can benefit off the virtual academy, our virtual students can benefit off the Twilight Academy, and we want to be able to have that all under one umbrella, which is what we will be launching now next year. So we're really excited about that. Just so you know, we did have 63 students enrolled in Twilight this year. We have projected to graduate between the June and the August graduation. I believe about 39 of those students this year. So, we talk about our graduation rate. This is one of those areas that really is going to help promote and move us forward. It's giving these students the option and access, and that's really what program enhancement means for us. So we are excited to make sure that we expand these programs next year and continue to grow them. Just real quick, we are in the process right now of hiring staff for our Twilight and Virtual Academies, full-time staff that'll be in place. And they will be shared staff. So some of them may be teaching a class in the virtual school, and then later on today they'll be at the Twilight school. These are just some pictures of this year's Twilight programs and stuff and activities that students were able to have this year. So we were excited about this. One of our other program enhancements this year has been for our younger arts pathway. At Wolf Pit, they've been able to now incorporate themselves truly as that beginning of our arts pathway. They've hired new staff, including a dance teacher. They've actually incorporated digital arts through their library and media specialists into their programming. From an operational standpoint, they've been able to work out transportation issues to make sure students have access to the program. And they've also been able to not only expand their dance options, but also instruments and stuff, and having more kids have access to the arts in all different ways. And I'm going to turn this over to Rob.
And I'll just add that the fact that Wolf Pit will be able to offer our first K-2 student strings is a really exciting opportunity for our students. So in terms of bilingual and dual language, this year we increased access and programs to really focus on providing more opportunities for high quality instruction for our multilingual learners. And just to give a quick chart that shows the expansion, this year Brookside was able to bring in a 3rd grade MLL program, and it'll be in 4th grade next year, but then we're also looking to expand a 2-way dual language program in kindergarten at Brookside. Jefferson will have a K1 and 2 program, so that program will be expanding as well. We've already had the Silvermine program, and then we are really working with West Rocks to solidify and continue to grow that middle school program as well. One of the other pieces that our MLL team is going to be doing is working with principals to continue to expand opportunities where we see a need. So this coming year, they will be working with a cohort of principals to help plan for the following year, which we're really excited to continue to grow our dual language offerings and be able to support our multilingual learners.
And just some of our other additional accomplishments this year in these areas. As you know, we've had 3 village schools, Verizon Innovation Schools, 3 of our middle schools. Those will actually be expanded this coming year to actually have innovation labs. And so we're very, very excited. The process has already begun. Those labs will actually be in the spaces and being used as of January 1st. The curriculum for them will actually start, though, in September of 2023 because there's some training that has to go along with that. But we are really, really excited for this. These labs are over $1 million a piece, and it's not common for districts to get 3 labs. In many cases, it's usually, even if you do have multiple schools, chances are one of your schools will end up getting this innovation lab. So, kudos to our schools and the process they went through to actually be able to achieve this. They really stepped up. One of the other accomplishments we've been able to continue is, if you remember, through the pandemic, we actually had access for families to have broadband access through funding from the Dalios. We've been able to enhance and use our E-rate funding now to be able to still extend that. So all of those families that needed access still have access, and will have access again next year through our E-rate funding, which we manage and make sure that that's actually in place as we move forward. So we've been very, very excited about that as well. And then finally, as you guys all know, that we're expanding our ability to be able to really incorporate these future-ready skills for all of our students. And we're doing this through making sure that every school has a library media specialist in this coming year. So we've been working with our LMSs this year. Kudos to Lynn Payton, Willette Payton, who's actually taken it on to make sure she's coordinated our library media specialists into a systemic process that we can move forward, and we look forward to actually expanding that for next year.
And I think it's really important to highlight that most of our elementary schools did not have certified media specialists.
Yes.
So this is a huge shift. Our high schools, middle schools did, our elementary schools, for the most part, did not. So this is a game changer. One of the other things that we implemented, then thanks to Bunda helping us find resources, is to enhance our library collections. Our libraries have quite outdated resources. I had a meeting with all of the media specialists in the district, and they were able to share with me some of the challenges that they're facing. Particularly because their libraries were outdated because they weren't receiving funding on an ongoing basis to enhance. And we found creative ways of finding resources to really enhance these libraries. So we're looking forward to what that's going to mean with the added library media specialists coming in as well to provide those supports. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for our students to have this resource available to them.
Yes, so not only books, we also expanded and made it more systemic around online databases and research tools that are needed for students.
And one of the things that we're also looking, and Mr. Esmani and I started conversations around, is looking at national averages in terms of what the per pupil allocation needs to be in every school as we're thinking about the school-based budget, so that our library media specialists have a budget that allows them to enhance their collections on an ongoing basis, and it doesn't wind up where we are now, where the collections are so outdated that relevance is not playing a big factor, and like cultural alignment. So we are looking, the national norm is about $15 per child, and we're looking at ways in which through the SPB process, there is an allocation set aside for the library specialists to be able to continuously enhance the library on an ongoing basis. The next goal is around our equity structured ambassador. Dr. McBride has been working with the Equity Institute, one, to provide professional learning opportunities for our teachers, guidance counselors, social workers, and assistant principals, as well as principals throughout the district, focusing on really finding, defining a collective way of how do we define equity, social identity, how do we look at microaggressions and the impact of implicit bias within our organization, and providing them with training around racism 101. He also developed a plan that helped discuss and have critical conversations about race, racism, and our curricula, short and long-term actions that we need to take to enhance and improve. We also, he also has established ambassadors at every single school. And these ambassadors have engaged in a series of professional learning opportunities, one, to build their capacity so that they can most effectively support others in the building. And they engage in a number of activities. These are some of the examples, and highlighting some of the takeaways that these experiences has afforded them. But most importantly, how this has helped, one, enlighten their practice, and to help them build capacity to be able to support others within their organization, within their schools, and most importantly, how to most effectively support children. Just much more on data. Another component, and one of the things that Dr. McBride has been working on, is creating professional opportunities, learning opportunities, not only for our staff, but also for our families, and understanding some of the work that we're trying to do as a collective, supporting them and building awareness. We had a number of workshops that were very rich in dialogue and conversation around understanding what equity is, what it isn't, and how do we come as a collective and reflect upon our practice and improve what we're doing as an organization at large. And these are just some of the examples that of the feedback that we received from many of our families that attended these sessions. Another piece around the equity work that Dr. McBride has been working on, he had a group of educated teachers, students, administrators, and some board members, and having conversations around grading for equity. They grounded these conversations on the grading for equity text, and their goal is to bring forward recommendations to the policy committee in how we can modify our current grading policy so that it can take into account some of the recommendations that came about from this group meeting and what some of our students have been highlighting as areas that they want us to further consider as we think about how to most effectively engage them in their learning experience. The MBK and MSK, My Brother's Keeper and My Sister's Keeper, as you know, Barack Obama during his presidential time created My Brother's Keeper as a way to afford more opportunities for Black and brown boys to, one, expose themselves to role models, build an understanding of what it is that is needed to move towards college and career, and what does readiness look like, and what does being well equipped to be successful through those transitions look like. Dr. McBride has established two groups, the My Brother's Keeper, My Sister's Keeper, across the district. We have had enormous success in terms of how students have committed to this process, the buy-in of the staff that has been engaging and supporting the work at the school level. And they've had a number of convenings that have yielded one really amazing dialogue among students about what it means to be a student of color in Norwalk public schools, and what are some of the things that we as a collective need to continue to support them in so that we can close the opportunity gap that currently exists within our organization. And now open now to questions. Go ahead.
So going back to libraries, my love. So now that you will have certified media specialists in each school, and kudos for that, what will be the distinct role of the classroom libraries?
So I think the classroom libraries play a different role than the school library. The classroom libraries usually have collections that kids are using in the immediate, tied to a unit of study, tied to a novel that is connected to the work that they're working on at that moment in time. It also affords an opportunity for students to have access to text. at their fingertips in the classroom. The library will add a scaffolded layer of having a bigger array of a bigger collection that they can tap into, but also engaging them in curricula that teaches them research skills, how to effectively conduct research, how to form a bibliography, how to utilize text, either primary, secondary, in the context of what they're writing. One of the things that we noticed, and I don't know, Rob, if you want to chime in on this, is that we have a scope and sequence around some of the media specialist work that we can really want to implement, but because we didn't have the personnel at the elementary school level, we weren't able to engage in that scope of work K-12. And there are a lot of practice learning experiences that are important, particularly around research and citation and all those elements that we're looking to work with our media specialists to support not only students while they're at the media center, but work in collaboration with teachers as they're infusing these elements within the curriculum itself.
Yeah.
And then if you want to add.
Yeah, so I mean, we actually are using a formula with the library media specialists where at the K-5 level, at the elementary school level, we're looking at 40% of their time to be able to be spent working directly with teachers, not only with students as specialists, so they don't become just a specialist, and 50% of their time at the middle school level. So that's one of the things that we're trying to make sure is embedded in the way that we build this. We also are looking for making sure that there's an assured experience for digital citizenship as well as research skills. So those are the two things that will sit at first with the library media specialists and helping to make sure that that's integrated throughout all of our schools over time.
So I definitely got what the media specialist would do. I was just concerned now that, we're putting a lot of resources into the classroom, then if, just what the distinct differences were. So if I understand it, so the classrooms will be, the books that are in the classroom will be more, I guess, about what they're doing with the curriculum in the immediate classroom, and then the media center will be a bit obviously bigger and just teaching the technology skills and the digital skills, and I guess having
a lot
more
of
research skills too.
skills,
The research skills.
I think are instrumental and would be covered during that time there as well.
So give me, I'm sorry to belabor this, but give me an example of, now that we're getting the media specialist, an example of what types of books or what things we will have in the classroom.
I think it varies in terms of the resources and collections that the teachers themselves have been collecting over time, based on the grade level and the alignment with the units of study. It's not going to preclude the teachers to having books of diverse genres and interests, because I think every classroom should have books that students can have at their fingertip based on their interests to also pull from, and they shouldn't only have those resources available at the library, right? There has to be a combination of having those resources in the classroom, but also extending opportunities for a more diverse collection in the actual libraries themselves.
Thank you. Going back to libraries, I also think that I love the idea, because just talking to students, I've heard multiple times at different schools, the library is not available to students for tutoring, to help with homework, with the extra time that they may have in between classes where they don't want to sit outside, but they want to catch up on their homework. But the library is closed because there's nobody there. So this is opening up the library for children more.
I think like that feedback I heard at the high school level, so Ralph and I have been talking about ways in which we can ensure that the libraries are open just beyond even the regular scheduled time, so that students can access the library at any point in time that they wish to have a quiet space to study, pull additional resources if they're conducting research. Because I heard that in my discussions, my round table discussions with students, that even during their lunch times, they want to have access to the library, and that has not always been possible. So we want to make sure that we could make that possible in the upcoming school year.
I've heard the same, and also for families that don't have access to printers at home or anything like that, students can go into the library and print out their reports and things like that.
Yeah, so we'll look into that second piece as well. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment with, that when it comes to equity, we've talked a lot about it. I think there's a difference between talking the talk and walking the walk, and it's really great to see this district walking the walk, and I'm sort of proud to be part of that in any small way. Just a couple quick questions. Approximately how many of those, we talked about the workshops that we've had for principals and school leaders, as well as for families. Approximately how many have we had? 6.
So which ones?
The district-wide ones?
About. Okay. And the parents have, we started off one with Dr. Fergus, and then there was a series of 2 additional workshops through the Equity Institute as well.
I couldn't hear the answer.
6,
Okay,
and then total of 3 parent workshops, 1 with Dr. Fergus and 2 with the Equity Institute. And we've provided those in Spanish and English as well.
And what was the participation like with the 2 virtual? I was at the one with Dr. Fergus in person in the autumn, but the virtual ones, were those well attended? And
those were well attended. We always want more. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I can get those for you.
Yeah, I'm seeming to remember that the one that was available in person, that was at Marvin, was more well attended than the virtual ones, and so might be something to keep in mind moving forward.
And then just, sorry, on the virtual academy, are we getting any updated guidelines or equally importantly support from the state?
So if you want to talk a little bit about our conversation with the state.
Yeah, so we actually, I believe, we are probably one of the only districts that's moving forward with this. So we have been involved. We, like I said, I kind of got the feeling earlier on this year as we started discussing really moving forward with this, knowing that they were putting together virtual learning standards, which standards they would be using, which they've adopted like certain national learning standards that are there. So we did map the way that we are actually building out our programs to those standards. But yes, so we are getting a little bit of guidance from the state at the moment. I think that, everybody, to be honest, has just been hesitant about actually moving forward in this area. But we know that it's an option that have benefits for a number of students, and we want to make sure that we build a small cohort. So they've actually been very excited, as I've had a couple of conversations with the State Department around the idea of how we're developing this. We're doing it in a small pilot. We're doing it in a way that's actually controlled, contained, that we can actually look at the data and make it work and then figure out good ways of scaling it. So I think they're actually also looking at us to help guide the work that goes on in the next couple of years.
How small are you thinking?
So the 2 programs together, we're going to cap it at 100 students, right?
So roughly 40 then for.
Yeah, depending on how many we get in Twilight. So I mean, yeah, but that's kind of like the average that we want to work through. And as the year goes on, like I said, I'm sure if we need a couple of extra spaces, we'll add them in. We'll have to figure as things go along. The first year of an implementation like this, we're going to be making adjustments along the way.
So how do you anticipate the interest? I mean, do you already know people?
We had the survey.
Yeah, we had a number of surveys that we've done earlier on the year, and then we also have one now. We actually have students that have already registered. So yeah, I don't know the exact number. It's a small cohort, but we have students that have actually already registered for next year.
And if, just to try to understand this, are you saying that those students would only participate in this? They wouldn't go to school normally?
Yeah, but we are finding out that there may be some situations where this is why the umbrella of the programs If you have a student that is also a mom and really needs to be able to take care of their children, they may be able to take one virtual class during the day and not come to the whole Twilight program, but just come for a portion of it. So we can find ways to kind of customize how we actually build programs to make sure it meets the needs of all of our learners. Yeah, but the actual virtual program is focused more around 11th and 12th graders.
11th and 12th
And it's a small cohort of classes for the first year. This is where we talk about making it so that it's intentional. We look at how do we kind of make sure that this is available for, and it's an option that makes sense for those students in that area. We can't offer our whole gamut of all classes
yes.
To make it, really an effective learning program. And one of the things we keep trying to stress is that, when people look at this, it's not what we did in COVID. It's not what we did through the pandemic.
Okay.
That was.
So we learned a lot during the pandemic.
Yes.
As far as virtual teaching.
Yes. Yes, we did. And we were learning about it before. I think now we just need to implement best practices that we've learned from that time frame on how do we actually make that into our learning experience so our kids are future ready, because they're going to have to learn this way when they actually get into the, beyond our doors.
So I'm just imagining 11th, 12th graders that they might need physical education. How does?
Yeah, so we do offer, like I said, I think there's ways that we're offering physical education, health. We do have some constraints. I mean, I think one of the issues is high school band right now is one of the more difficult ones, and that may not be the best fit at the moment for these students. But like I said, we'll be building that in over time. So.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. On to the last ladies.
So goal number 6 is focused around family engagement and resources. As you know, one of our big launch was the Norwalk Public Schools Family Center, which provides an opportunity for families to have access not only to enrollment processes, but also provide an array of services within one confined location rather than having families navigate to different sites within our district. Now we have one common place where services can be provided. And the great thing about our family center is that we also have our next step 18 to 21 program, which allows us to also provide job training opportunities for those students and really bring the collective of our community together to really provide resources. We've been in conversation with many of our providers, including the city, in how to streamline services directly aligned to youth services in this area, and utilizing the family center as a way to help families navigate all of those resources in one location. The other big piece from the center that I think is critical to mention is now that this location provides the opportunity for us to provide an array of workshops for our families. One, to better understand how to have access to the resources within our organization, but also to understand what are their rights in order to advocate for their child and their well-being. So building our parents' capacity, understanding the PPT process, the services provided for multilingual learners, getting access to the Gifted and Talented program, understanding the overarching program within the general education spectrum, so on and so forth. We have already built an array of workshops that are going to be tied to areas that we think are critical throughout the different months of the year, so that our families can nurture and enrich their understanding of what is available within our district, but most importantly, how to best advocate and support their child through the learning experience. The other component that we're still working on, but we, in collaboration with the Norwalk Community Health Center, have been able to bring forward is the mobile health clinic. One of our goals is to also provide health services at the clinic, particularly those initial physicals that students need and vaccination to be enrolled in schools. We want to make sure that as our students are being enrolled into our schools, that they also have their physicals done in a timely fashion, because one of the things that delays the enrollment process is actually getting their physicals completed. So we are trying to create an environment where parents can come in, get an appointment, and acquire all of the services that they need in this one location. And one of them is making sure that their health needs are also being met. Right now, we're partnering with the Norwalk Community Health Center, utilizing the mobile clinic to provide these services. But long term, we're looking to identify funding so that we can have a health center within the facility itself. I'm going to have Rob speak about the registration and lottery system that has been created.
Yeah, so one of the other things that we've also implemented is our central registration process. And this has truly been a collaborative effort, making this a one-stop shop. So every department has been working on the idea of having representation there to be able to support our families. The way the process works is you come in, we have kiosks that are set up at the Family Center for parents to be able to come in, sit down, get the support they need, in multiple languages to be able to make sure that we actually get everything processed. We've processed over 600 applications since the opening of the center. And so like I said, and the nice thing about this from a data standpoint is that we actually have a lot cleaner data at the moment because there's a standardized process in making sure that all of this information is going in. Besides doing our registration online and being able to have those supports for our families, we've also implemented our lottery systems online. And that's actually made a big difference too, both at the elementary school and, elementary, middle, and high school. So all of them are actually in place. We will be tweaking them for next year as we look at our changes in the way that we actually look at where students will be going. We'll be making those modifications too over the next couple of years.
And I think the other piece that is essential is promoting choice. So as Mr. Pennington articulated earlier, we have created or in the process of creating an array of pathways. In order for those pathways to provide access to all the students in the district, we need to ensure that we create opportunities where we promote choice. And we've created the high school choice fair, the middle school, the elementary school fair, as well as providing those opportunities at the middle school level so that our families can understand the pathways that are available, can learn about our schools, and can make informed choices when they are applying to the distinctive pathways throughout the district. And we will continue to engage in this practice and continue to enhance it so that when, Rob articulated earlier, through the lottery system, before parents have to make a selection, they're well informed of what is available and how they can then best align their child's interests to the programs that we have in place. This is just a reflection of all of the choice fairs that we've had throughout the district. Some additional highlights within our communication has been increasing online videos and visual communications. Those included the Back to School Town Hall. As you know, we've been doing this since my arrival here, particularly because COVID had created a lot of modifications to our systems and processes that our families needed to be well acquainted and aware of. And we're looking forward to continuing this practice so that any shifts or modifications within the system that families need to be aware of and informed of, we have the opportunity to provide this information to our families. We've also created opportunities where we've talked about our academic focus and created social media clips to provide our families and community with information around this. The superintendent book club, just highlighting the importance of reading and just talking about different books and celebrating books on a monthly basis has been something that we're trying to promote. And as you know, with First Book, that was another way in which we built and elevated the importance of reading across our district and making it possible, right, to build home libraries so that students have access to books and resources, particularly now during the summer. Also, at the staff level, one of the things that I heard coming to the district was that prior to the board meetings, either the school leadership or the staff at large didn't know or have a preview of what was going to come up. So we've created those opportunities either through video or conversations with the school leaders before the board meetings, just to keep them abreast of what is coming up and what things will be highlighted and put at the forefront of the conversation. And just continuing to enhance our social media platform, as Rob articulated earlier, the work that we've been doing at the school level to make sure that every school has a Facebook page, Instagram page, has been critical. And also increasing stakeholder feedback through town halls, thought exchange, even through the organization of having the Secretary of Education here this year, bringing students together to elevate questions to the Secretary of Education and just highlighting for the community at large and at a national level the great work that's happening here in Norwalk. And obviously through the communications review, as well as some of the findings in the efficiency study, we will continue to enhance the communications department and align it to the communications that we make.
The Appleby Center, those are still in operation, right? The Appleby Center that was over at HSC, is that still, do we still have the Appleby Centers?
The Appleby Center?
Yeah, it was like a health.
So the Appleby Centers are both the two high schools?
At the two high schools, okay, so, my question was gonna be, I was just thinking about how they could help facilitate some of the, but I guess they're not set up to do physicals and things like that, right? They just kind of, right, they're not set up to do that. Right.
Do you want to go? Sure.
And I'm sure Rob has more information. So the school-based health centers, as they are right now, are not set up to be able to do physicals. At some point, I think they had engaged in those conversations at the start of the partnership. But then with the shutdown, I don't think it just never took off.
Right.
And currently, we're actually looking to revamp that, what we actually can offer at the schools and trying to actually add additional funding so that we can actually add services.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that concludes the presentation of the 21-22 goals and some of the accomplishments. As you know, we created a digital portfolio that has more information on the goals. We provided that link during the mid-year review. Is the same link. I will make sure that Laura uploads that link to the website, just in case the public wants to see additional resources and information that are aligned and tied to the goals that we have this year. And the board has full access. It's been a public tool for some time now. And we've constantly updated the tool as we continue to build and address the different elements.
It was a lot to go through, but I think that's really a testament to the fact that there was a lot that we accomplished. And so just once again, I want to express my thanks on behalf of the board to Dr. Strick, the entire team. I mean, you know, I think this is really a great example, as has been said repeatedly, of all the different departments working together on a common goal, all these common goals. And that's the only reason we've been able to make this progress. So thank you again. At this point, we have an opportunity for the board to discuss further some of these goals and our initial discussion of the superintendent evaluation. We're going to go into executive session for that, and then come back to talk about our goals for the upcoming school year. So what I'm going to ask for is a motion to go into an executive session after a 3-minute break. And motions, seconded by Janine, all in favor? Just take a quick break. Everybody needs to take a break. And where's the executive session? We'll be.
Dr. Sherman, is it okay to stop sharing this?
Yeah.
Thank you. Vincente, you're all set.
Testing, 1, 2.
Okay, we are back from executive session and it is close to midnight, and so one thing we're gonna do is invite a motion to table business items 3A and 3B. Is there a motion to table? Okay, motion to table by Mary Ellen and Godfrey. Do not be discussion. Tabling, say aye, raise your hand. Is there anybody here who would like to make a public comment?
Sí, la moción.
Okay.
Okay, muy bien.
Somebody's hands raised.
No, that's the interpreter.
Oh.
Okay.
Seeing no one present to make public comments, then I will bring this meeting to a close and ask us for a motion to adjourn.
So.
Kara, Sherelle, Janine, all in favor? Thank you so much. Everything.
Muchas gracias a todos.